Hello, humans. Welcome on in. I hope you're all having the most amazing hacking time zone. I am doing pretty good. I got up. It was like minutes before my usual my wake up time. The alarm hadn't gone off yet, and the guy was here to mow the lawns or something. I'm like, I want to sleep some more. But that's mostly because it was cold in the house and I didn't want to leave my bed. But I managed to make my way out of bed. We had a breakfast. I've had a coffee. Gave Shadowy scritchies. No, I will not be using the Hoyo launcher. I guess I have to get it later. Wait, what? Oh, I have to do it. Okay. Well, we'll give that a few minutes. I was doing a little bit of a read about if I need to make some shit for my characters, which bosses to beat and whatnot. And like it looks like mostly I just need to beat up on Senora. Oh, yo, it's wild that you think you get to install onto my C drive. Start question mark? Oops, there it is. Ooh, Shadow of the Erdtree is out. Oh, I wish luck to everyone that's playing that today. Have so much fun. We want my library banner. Where are you, Rusty? Hello? There. Oh, here we go. How to unlock the maps in Rusty's retirement. That's what I want. Starting a new map. Do that. Okay, cool. Each map unlocked includes unique features. The flower map is a beautiful map that encourages non-conventional strategy. Yeah. Cultivating crops requires a more active approach to the touted idle approach. Oh, that's interesting.
Thank you for subbing to the Berry Patch. Welcome and enjoy your stay.
Oh my god, Usu, thank you so much for the 17 months. It's a Raw Dog subscription as well? Where's your primer? Spending real money on me? That's so nice of you. I appreciate it. I also love you so much. Are you on the Elden Ring, Aussie? Are you doing a little ka-chow stab? No Prime. Oh, Sag. It happens. I'm just like, I should have done this earlier. Browser. Activate. Reading up on this, how to unlock all the, like, fun. Minecraft. Hell yeah. Into the trees. I want to unlock the Blossom Forest. Oh, so if we go like this, that one's unlocked all on that side. We go over here, unlock all of these. Then I should be able to start like a new one. Okay. That's pretty simple. I was hoping for something simple like that. I don't know if you noticed, but I started my Elden Ring playthrough, like, the first one over the weekend. So far, I'm having a lot of fun. I learnt the spell Yeet Rocks, and the stick that makes me yeet my rocks better. And then we beat up on the first boss, and another one. Now, if we go... Oh, we're gonna deal with all of these. It was the meteorite staff, and I think just toss rocks, or like something else along those lines. Yo, sleeping at normal times? That means you do get to make the, like, Elden Ring streams.
Every journey.
Because they're at about midday for you. No, I don't want to go do either of those contents.
Don't rush.
Get rid of all of these exclamation points.
Osmanthus wine.
Everyone knows about your Osmanthus wine, old man John Lee. Did I, like, unlock a new one? Gato? Gato! Oh, I guess I have to click this button to get rid of it.
Taste the same.
Thanks, Yoimi. Is this like a new thing you're trying out where you sleep like a normie, Yusu? What is this? Oh, that's that boss. Oh, we should go over here, do our Chris Fly Trap. Get a few extra resources.
Yeah.
I can't balance this on my knee. It'll probably...
Ad Astra Abyssos.
Dispatch a character. Claim all, dispatch all again. I keep on trying to move my character like it's 14.
There'll be an extra fee for that.
I'll think about it.
Oh, it's this thing. Deploy away. Fill it up with those.
How's...
There's some items forged. And a Fontaine reward? Alright, I think we have to go over there for that one? I was wrong. Yeah, reputation up there. Wheat. Hey, Crispy Cat, welcome on in. Oh, excuse me, I hope you're doing so hacking amazing. Is there anything else? A new reputation quest that we could get from here. Oh, let's go beat up on Senora. Not Leeway. She's like all the way over here. And I think we have to do the doggo as well. Good honk. Good honk. If I look in here... Nope. In here. That's what we want. Go down to like the 5 stars. And then I can go over to... In inventory. 5 of these. Where are the bits of the 4 of these? The tail. Okay, we unlock the desert. 4 of these. Also, we have to go beat up Child a little. And then I want to make sure that's like... We have to swap characters over.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourism.
To these ones. She's at 986. We need to edit this one. Wait, why is this stopping at 60? 6. Oh, it thinks she's the current level is 90. It's like looking at a little thing in the background that helps me work out the things that I need. So we have all of the things for Nahida. Raiden. It's like 581. So we do still need some senoras. And a child. So we'll do this fight. I think I went to the wrong part of Leeway. Up here. I'm happy for all the like regular daily players that they got their 200 resin. Wait. Cancel that? Whoops. I do need to go find a one of these lads. Bring half my team back to life.
Tea parties are a...
We have enough of these. We have enough of these.
must for the well-mannered.
You're trembling. Is it the cold or just cowardice?
No, it's the cold. It's like 19 degrees outside.
Strike a pose!
My companions...
May I present?
Also, like, do a little heal over here.
The show begins! This might hurt a little. Yeah!
Go as one! Go as
Oh, I pressed the wrong button. There we go.
Illusion shattered!
Let the world come alive! Yoo-hoo! Committed to memory, sharing my knowledge.
I swear by my sword!
Embrace your searing reckoning. Come, put up a fight.
There is no escape! Torn to oblivion!
Strike a pose! Grow, grow, grow! Yeah!
Barbados! Guide
Embrace
us!
your searing reckoning.
No, she ran away.
I never asked for redemption. Never.
You didn't get it anyway. Oh, we didn't get what we want. Boo. Do we need to go do the other guy? What's his name? John Lee's boss. Child.
Osmanthus
Wrong
winds
one.
the
This is at 7. Is it at 7 on this one? We do need to go beat up on Child. Child is in Leeway.
This opportunity is quite hard to come by. Well then, amuse me.
Hey,
Surrender is
buddy.
a valid option. I promise I'll be gentle.
Memory, make yourselves at home! Go as one!
You've made some progress. Not bad. You've got a trick or two.
I swear by my sword!
Something else catch your eye? The price of a single slip.
Sir, can you stand still for a second?
Yoo-hoo! Grow, grow, grow! Monster!
There it is. I was like unable to find this. We got a dream solving from that at least. Alright, we go to a statue, have a heal. Nothing compares, no worries or cares, regrets and mistakes as memories made. Who would have known how bittersweet this could taste? Alright, let's go do this one. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. God, I need a haircut.
Academia sure is busy during the day. But where should we go looking for people that we know?
Traveler.
Hi, Sino.
Sino! It's been so long since we last saw you!
You look like you've been
As do
keeping
you.
well.
You don't seem weary at all from your travels. If anything, you seem stronger. So, what brings you back here?
Oh, nothing in particular. Paimon just saw a really big mushroom out on the road the other day and suddenly missed all our friends in Sumeru.
Oh my god. Hey, Smex, welcome on in.
Funnily enough, we
How
were
are you doing,
reminiscing about you
friendo?
recently, too.
Have you managed to offload your kids yet?
I look forward to hearing about your travels. Something tells me we must have a lot to catch up on.
Really? You were thinking of us too? What?
Yeah, we killed the godsends last time.
Indeed. Or as
Today
I call
sucks.
it,
What the
the
frick?
Beer Yanni factor.
Why does today suck? No!
Okay.
Not the most important part of the
Sounds rice to meet
household.
stew again.
Oh, darn, he said it.
You like that one, huh? You must if you remember it after all this time. Admit the truth. You have long been in awe of my razor-sharp wit.
Alright. Here's your 500 Mora.
Yo, I wish she actually gave me, like, all the money she owed me.
Paimon's never making a bet again. Paimon really thought Sino would be able to hold back on the jokes.
This is, actual image of
That's just wishful
Trippy when he loses
so
at
this is
Gamba.
technically my fault. In that case,
I hope you
I'll
manage
treat
to
you
be
to
able to
some
get
sweets later.
a new one in the budget soon.
I'm actually investigating a case right now. My mind is focused on work, which is why I didn't complete the joke at first.
A case? What happened?
Ooh, a case.
Nothing major. But after
Oh.
finding out who was involved, I decided, on reflection, to handle this one myself.
Need any help? We only came here to hang out, so we've got the time. You may as well take us with you, and then when you're done, we can, you know.
And who's gonna pay for this? Nom 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 nom.
Are you worried I'll forget about treating you to some sweets if you're not around to remind me?
What? No!
See, I half programmed Mum to use our air fryer more, but like
Obvious
she
enough.
does a lot of
Still,
oven-baked
that's a fine
dishes,
idea.
which you
You are
can't
the
really
hero
air
for me.
fry.
It makes perfect sense to work together. All right, follow me.
And like she enjoys a good pan fry of things instead of the air fry of a meat like I used to do. Bro, I'm not surprised that like my first air fryer burnt out in like a year, given that I used it probably every day that year and didn't really care for it, but also planned obsolescence is a capitalism thing. A steamer and an air fryer? I'm not sure how I like the hook
You
on
see
this
him?
earring.
The old man flailing around?
Oh, is he the one you wanted to talk to about the case?
Correct. His name is Cyrus, a former Spontamod sage. He taught both me and Lisa.
Huh? Sino's teacher is in trouble?
It's ridiculous. I'm just an old man who enjoys a spot of gardening, shopping, and wine.
Are you though?
And targets an old retiree.
Professor, I've brought some friends.
It's us, we're friends.
Ah, Sino. Now who do we have here? Hold on, let me think.
That's
fine
cool that it was
fairy
like a
dressed in
steamer
white.
as well.
A youth who does not seem to hail from this land.
That's me.
My goodness. You must be the legendary traveler in Paimon. I've heard all about what
Also,
you've
I
done
think I
for
gave
Samara.
poor Cowie a heart attack yesterday when I told him how old I was.
Famous.
I've told him about you before. You are my friends, after all.
It's one of my, like, mildly funny things to when someone tries to get into a cripple competition with me and they just, like, don't know any of my lore.
That's right. Let me summarize the situation.
Especially when they're, like,
Days ago,
not
Professor
doing it
Cyrus
in a...
suddenly
They're doing it in, like, a my trauma is better than your trauma. I deserve more. I'm like, babes, take a seat.
Exactly. Who sends a threat letter to an old man like me, for goodness sake?
This is the letter.
Oh, it's
in
the
question.
usual things, like when I had cancer when I was
I've
10,
uncovered your secret. If you wish
when
to
I
prevent it from
was
going
diagnosed with
public,
epilepsy,
leave
stuff that you
one
already
at
know,
the back
Usu.
door of the cafe. Secondly, don't come looking for me. You'll never
What the
find
frick?
me. But I will always be watching you
These
and all of your
guys.
secrets. Finally, if you dare to report this to the Matra, there will be consequences.
Who
Mince their
scams
words.
old people? They don't have any
This person
money.
must be desperate for Mora.
Scam the billionaires. Frick me.
Joke. I'm just a single retiree with nothing to my name beyond the
True. This one time I met Usu on the internet,
Mora, huh?
instantly wanted to
Like
marry
anything
them.
else?
There were no witnesses, so currently the letter is all we've got. So, Traveler, Paimon, let's put our heads together.
Don't worry, Specs, most people do.
Paimon's ready too.
All right, take a look. Do you see anything suspicious?
The ink, sure.
Yes. Some of the strokes are blurry.
So is there something wrong with the ink?
Possibly. And I bet the paper has something to do with it.
Most of the paper around here is much smoother than this, and the ink is absorbed quickly so it doesn't run. This paper, meanwhile, it's
That's like a
very coarse grain.
big old
As
difference.
if it's made from some sort of plant matter.
It's certainly not the same paper as we use in the academia. But the ink is nothing special. Just regular
I'm still in that, like,
it's a blue tinge when
same phase of the month where you've just had a birthday, where you forget your age.
Connection with the academia or not? Wait, check this out. Looks like this part got wet at some point.
Agreed. The staining suggests it was a colored liquid, not plain water. It also looks like it was wiped off with a damp cloth.
A colored liquid.
Ooh.
Tea? Wine?
Looks like we're thinking along
Pour one out for
similar lines.
Smix.
Let's go talk to Aroth. There are some things I'll need him to take care of.
Alright, up we go. Also, let this be a friendly reminder. Check in with your parents and your older aunts and uncles if you have them. Make sure they're not getting scammed on Facebook. Or any other, like, social media platform. You don't sound like an old lady, Smex, but I wouldn't have put you at 12-year-old boy.
There he is.
Mahamatra Sino. Sir Cyrus. Ah, and the Traveler and Paimon. It's been a while.
As such, I'm inclined to believe that the culprit in this case is a student at the academia. Somebody young and strapped for cash. Oh, One last thing. I'd start your investigation by taking a look at the cafes in the city.
Yeah, don't call Barry an old lady. That's rude.
Coffee on the ladder, huh?
They do look like coffee stains to me. Also, if I'm not mistaken, the letter is
See, this is the other reason why I left auto mod on the like super strict settings. One, because if we like get more front page time, I don't have to change it again. And two, because at least there's some
Yes, like they
funny
sell
as
shops.
fuck things.
I remember now. Zaha Hadid bought some a while back. She said she was going to use it as wrapping paper for a vase.
So true, Wusu.
Understood. I'll assemble a team to investigate the points of interest immediately.
How's your uniting been going, by the way?
One last thing. Send some Matra to guard the entrances and exits of Sumeru City. And change into plain clothes. Don't let them see you coming.
Will do.
Yeah. No one scams old man on my watch. The Twink Patrol is on the squad. On the squad? On the case.
I think the culprit's at right now. Yeah, they've probably been lying low at home waiting to see how Cyrus reacts.
You're right, Paimon.
Really? Which part?
The culprit's approach. Whatever happens, they need this Mora. But just because they
Dude, this
warned
yarn ball
Professor
is
Cyrus
like
not to go
still
to the
fucking
Matra
going.
doesn't mean they know what he'll do next. So, like you said, they need
So
to wait and
so much
see.
yarn in it.
And crucially, the culprit said they'd be watching.
Although I might have to put
Professor's
down this
every
project
move.
for a little while.
Wait,
Cause my sister wants a throw rug for Christmas. Originally she wanted it crocheted from mum, and I'm like, Kate, mum's hands can't really do. Oh my lord!
What are you doing?
Calm down, Sino.
Threat letter.
I don't know what you're talking about. What threat letter?
I sensed someone was watching us from the shadows the moment we entered the House of Dana. You managed to stay relatively well hidden for someone reckless enough to threaten Professor
Ooh.
Cyrus. There are a lot of people here, but we were looking specifically for Arav. Whoever followed us the whole way was likely to be the culprit.
I was just listening in, that's all. You know something big's going down when Mahamatra Sino shows up, right? So I...
Oh, so he's a
I'm curious.
gossip?
What's the big deal?
You smiled when Arav left. I saw it as clear as day.
Oh,
Is smiling a crime now?
There are coffee stains on the letter. You mixed some coffee with water, gently smeared it onto the paper, then wiped it off with a wet cloth. All to create the impression that the letter was written at a cafe. Closing off the exits to the city doesn't affect you, because you already live here. And as long as the Matra were focused on the cafes, you would be free from scrutiny.
ooh, Sino, you're
Cafe was a red herring
good.
all along. You had to be somewhere where you could monitor the professor's movements.
Honestly, fair.
You can't pin this on me. I haven't done anything.
And cutie patootie, like Theo asked you to do a thing.
Shaking like a leaf.
As long as it harms no
Innocent
one,
had
you go
reason
like,
to fear the
sure.
Matra. But your heart's racing, and your eyelids are twitching.
Knees weak, arms steady.
Terrible liar.
Spaghetti moms. Vomit sweater.
Don't try anything or you'll pay the price. Now come with me.
That was over quickly.
Alright, on to the next quest, I guess.
You're telling me. One minute I go out for a quick smoke, the next minute I see Arav already on his way back to meet up with Sino. Looked like a young guy, too. Couldn't have been much more than 30. But after what he's done, I'm afraid he's ruined his whole future.
Everyone, it's all over.
Gosh, that was so fast.
The culprit's name is Uraka, a 16-year-old student in the Rataoist Darshan.
Damn! 16 and a scammer?
16? Cyrus thought he looked 30-something.
We checked his records. He's 16, a third-year student.
Speaking of people that don't look their age.
Yeah, seriously.
Foolish child. He's too young for the
The
down this path.
foolish games of tearing me apart.
Very well. It's our understanding
And
that Araka is a mediocre
you
student who has been underperforming in his classes.
thoughtless words are
Down on his
breaking
luck, he went to the tavern for a drink
my
and overheard some people
heart.
chatting about Sir Cyrus's comfortable retirement. They mentioned that he's always arguing about his tomato plants with some old woman on the street.
Some old woman on the street? Goodness gracious. Has that rascal attended a single one of his classes? That old woman is Kasharwar's very own professor, Zaha Hadi. How can he not know who Zaha Hadi is?
Is this going somewhere?
Classic child.
Oh, right, yes. So another thing. We don't just argue about...
But anyway, like,
and what are they
my sister
comfortable
needs to throw a rug, and it's gonna be like a fucking meter and a half by a meter and a half-ish, maybe bigger.
Have the time to grow vegetables in the first place.
So I might start stream knitting that one.
Alleging that Sir Cyrus illegally obtained a large sum of money from the desert before retiring and kept it for himself instead of reporting it to the academia. Araka believes this money to be the reason why Sir Cyrus hasn't kept up with any academic research or other projects since his retirement. And given your advanced age, he thought you'd be an easy target to blackmail.
Oh, Araka. I'm at a loss for words. I'm so angry I don't know where to start.
People make up rumors all the time. I am quite confident that Professor Cyrus has never embezzled a mora in his life.
Arav, you'll have to find some excuse to interrogate Araka again later. I need you to deliver a few firm fistfuls to him on my behalf.
What?
I
No.
completely understand how you feel, Sir Cyrus, but I'm afraid that course of action goes against the Matra's principles.
Professor, there's no need to be childish about this.
Oh, come on. I was clearly joking.
No, you weren't.
Where does this go from here?
The academia will determine the appropriate disciplinary action against the student. And as for the individuals spreading rumors about the professor's obsession with tomatoes and some old woman on the street, there could be a slander case here. The Matra will continue to investigate.
Who said I'm obsessed with some old woman on the street? Mind your wording or you'll start a whole new rumor. You seem confused. Oh, don't you understand? Uraka
Obviously
is just
not.
a young boy who made a very rash and very stupid decision based on some groundless rumor he heard. Besides, I didn't actually hand over any mora to him. The whole thing sounds a lot worse than it is. All it costs me is a little reputational damage.
Oh no.
Please rest assured, Professor, that the academia will issue a fair and reasonable punishment.
Yes, I have no doubt about that. But as a former educator, I'd still like to have a serious conversation with the boy's parents. Their family lives in the city, yes?
But why?
Correct.
We looked into the family. Both parents are merchants and they're often away on business. They've never taken much of an active role in their children's lives.
Oh, what a mess. You don't have to seal the evidence away yet, do you? I'd like to have that letter back for the time being, if possible. I need something concrete for when I talk to the family tonight.
I don't quite see where this story is going.
The relevant authorities have already reviewed the evidence and are now discussing Araka's punishment. You can hold on to the letter for now. Just make sure to return it within a couple of days.
Oh, so you'll be able to close the case in 2 days?
Give or take. Cases like this are quick to resolve.
Very good. Well, thank you for all your help. Perhaps we can all go for a meal together. Oh, my treat, of course.
My apologies, Sir Cyrus, but I have a prior commitment.
It's okay.
Enjoy the meal, everyone.
Ah, I
Paimon
see.
will definitely nom up all the
That's a
food.
pity. But Sino, you have to come. You found the culprit at record speed, and I owe you for that. Ah, and isn't Tainari in town at the moment? Bring him
Ooh,
along.
Tainari? The whole Twink squad?
Tainari's in the city?
He is. Tainari's master, Sir Nephis, called him and Kale to the Academia to help out on a project. They should be at Nephis's office at this hour. Though I must say, I'm surprised you're extending an invitation to Tainari. Did you do something to offend Sir Nephis?
Don't be outrageous. Nephis offends me all the time. It's never the other way around.
I don't know about that.
Hurry up and fetch Tainari. I'll head over to the tavern with the Traveler and Paimon. See you there. Go on now. Don't keep us waiting.
Room is now sufficiently warmed up. Because we no longer need the heater on until, like, tonight, I guess. Where are we off to? Over here, okay.
Not to brag, but we never had problems like this at Ratawa Hist back when I was still teaching. And if you don't want to take my word for it...
But you are bragging, so like...
They were students at the time. They'll tell you what it was like, won't they?
I was out in the forest at least 4 days a week back then, thanks to a colossal workload from Master. It wrought havoc on my poor tail, so I didn't exactly keep up to date with what was going on at the Academia. Most of what I know, I heard from Sino after the fact.
Professor's become a lot more laid back in his retirement. He used to be far stricter, and was especially known for being extremely principled.
Wow. It's hard enough to stay true to your principles as a normal person. I can't imagine doing that as a sage.
It's a pity Kale wasn't around at the time. I would have happily taken her on as a student.
And then we'd have one more person who has to address Lisa as upper-class woman.
Really? Can't you just call her Lisa? She seems to prefer it when people treat her like an older sister.
Oh, believe me.
No, that's just because she wants to sleep with us.
Nothing made her happier than the younger students acknowledging her seniority.
Whoa.
That doesn't sound like Lisa.
Are you sure about this? We don't want to take advantage.
Oh, don't worry.
Shut up, Paimon. Yes, you do.
Order whatever you like. And if it's not enough, order some more. After all,
I want that, like, green pastry dish, though. It looked tasty.
I thought I heard some familiar voices. Ah, and Sir Cyrus is here as well.
Hi, Kave.
Oh, Kave, it's been a while. Zahahadi was talking about you last month. How have you been?
I've been all right, thank you. You're looking very well, sir. I'm glad to see it.
Have you eaten yet? Care to join us?
That's awfully kind of you, but I had a late lunch, so
He
I'm
has to
not
get back to
really
his
hungry just
husband.
yet. I'll have dinner a little bit later tonight. I just came to Lombard's to buy some wine, and when I heard some voices I recognized, I thought I'd come and say hello. So what's the occasion, anyway? Some sort of celebration?
Consolation, more like. You wouldn't believe the day I've had.
Almost got scammed.
Sounds like things have really gone downhill since I was there. My whole time as a student, I've never heard of anything remotely like that.
I can't believe how young the guy is. What are his parents going to think?
Young people are always more susceptible to making rash and ill-advised decisions.
That's because they don't know any
Still
better.
developing. It's just an unfortunate fact of life. But still, this
Some
boy
young people
is
learn,
so
some don't.
Just look at what he wrote. Oh, it makes my blood boil.
Wow, yeah.
And like sometimes it's not even their fault that they don't learn.
I'll be watching you and all of your secrets. And then he just followed you into the house of Dana?
If this were my son, he'd get the scolding of a lifetime. Oh.
Luckily, I'm also an extremely principled person.
Kave! Your order's ready, sir!
Coming. I'll have to get going.
Bye,
Have a nice
Cave.
evening, everyone. I'll catch you all another time.
Okay, bye-bye!
Here I am. The coffee beans are in here too.
Coffee beans and wine. What an order.
All there. I'll stop babbling away now. Let's eat before the food gets cold.
2468. Bog in. Don't wait. I'm still waiting for the other shoe to drop. Something else has got to happen.
Oh, too tasty. Paimon's belly is about to explode.
Oh, mine too. I'll have to walk home to burn some of it off.
Thanks for dinner, Sir Cyrus. Master Tainari and I will bring you some
Nom,
homemade
nom, nom,
herbal tea
nom,
next
nom.
time. It'll do
Yo,
wonders for
homemade
your
herbal tea?
Well,
For sleepy time? Please give me
In
some.
fact, could I trouble you to bring a little extra for the other old folks on my street? I'll be the envy of the neighborhood.
No problem at all. I'll pack some up and bring it over.
Big old tea brick. Thanks for treating us.
I'll see you all later. I better head home now and tend to the crops.
Good night, Professor. Don't let those tomatoes keep you up too late.
Hey, my tomatoes are serious business. I am not about to be beaten by Zaha Hadid. Anyway, I'll be leaving now. Don't stay up too late now, children. I bid you all a good night.
They're just tomatoes. Like,
safe trip home.
All right. Now, we finally have some us time.
What do you mean, us time?
Well,
oh,
I was talking with Tainari and Kale, and since we all have some free time,
are we going to a gay bar?
we could all go camping together.
You.
Think of it as our way.
I
of
want to take you to a
welcoming
gay
you back to
bar.
Sumeru.
Camping?
Oh, that sounds
That's not a gay bar. No. Wait. Things someone has said to someone else as a pickup line.
Wait, no! That's my job! Don't take it away from me. Why don't you and Paimon help out Master or Sino? You don't have to play the hero when you're out with us. This is your chance to just, you know, laze around and switch off for a bit.
Everyone, let's meet tomorrow afternoon at the riverbank to the southeast of Gandharvaville. No need to bring anything. We've already packed everything for the trip. Just bring your delightful selves and
How?
prepare to have some fun.
You got it! We'll be there!
Were you like pre-planning this camping
We'll see you
trip?
tomorrow.
Oh, chat. Before we go camping, it is once again time for a self-care ad break. This, of course, means it's time to stand up and have a stretch if you've been sitting down for a while. Make sure you're doing A-OK. And of course, if you can't stand up, don't worry. Stay seated. Make sure you do things that make your body feel better. I'm gonna run 3 minutes of ads, get rid of the pre-rolls, help the stream out with discoverability. Then I'll be back. Thank you though, everyone, for hanging out. Appreciate you. Hello, I've returned. Have a bit of cake, a bit of ding dong. Fudge. Bro, I forgot the fudge word. It's your shit, welcome back.
All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion.
14.
Eyes. And before. Alone and
Time to set off! Let's head to the southeast of Gundar. Wow, you guys are ahead of the game. You set up the tents already.
I'd say we're right about on schedule, actually.
Ooh.
We were aiming to have them set up before you arrived.
Traveler, Paimon, let's go fishing together. Whatever we catch, we can grill for dinner tonight.
Alright, I'm down. Fishing is actually enjoyable in this game.
I hope I can contribute too. The other forest watchers gave me some fishing tips a little while ago. I'm really looking forward to giving them a try.
Ooh.
I saw some very appetizing mushrooms in the area, so I gathered a few for us. I'll leave them here along with some fresh fruit.
Wow, camping with a forest watcher is the way to go. They think of everything. And even if they don't, they can improvise.
I don't think camping is the way to go. I am not a fan
I
of
don't think
it.
I've ever had a single rough day in this forest.
So, how has everything been going for you?
Well, there's been some high points and low points, but we've had some unforgettable experiences along the way.
We killed another god.
I see. Oh, in that case, you should try a valberry. I bought some from the market this morning.
Sure thing.
A valuable suggestion. Just don't bury your feelings using food.
All I wanted was to recommend something bittersweet.
It's a bittersweet
Craving for fruit tea. I'm gonna go finish
symphony, this love.
She sure made a run for it.
Interesting.
Unbelievable. She made a run for it.
So Kale chose the path of tactical retreat. Could it be she foresaw what shall soon come to pass?
What's that?
My dear friend, you know what I am about to say.
Pun battle?
Excellent! A kindred spirit. A great warrior can sense when a duel is nigh.
I'll have you know I've lost like maybe one game of Invocation.
If we start playing now, let's enjoy the nature for a while longer.
We can enjoy the nature and play cards.
We got a bite!
I'll reel it in.
We weren't even fishing?
Firewood, spices, snacks, and drinks. Everything's ready. Once Kale gets back, we can light up the fire and start grilling.
Big news? Can we, like... This is so relaxing. Yep. We're just waiting for the plot twist.
There are 3 tents. Which one do you two want to take?
That one.
How about the one on the left?
Sure, whatever Paimon
I
says.
just thinks the ambiance here is a little better.
True.
Ambiance.
Also the closest to the water, if there are any sleepwalking fungi around here.
Y'all, if you haven't watched, like,
stumble into
Magic the
tent.
Noah videos, you're missing
Well,
out.
that's no good.
They are so funny.
You can use it to bar the entrance.
He gets, like, a bunch of YouTubers together to play a board game that he's designed, all in Google Sheets.
Then this tent will be an impenetrable fortress.
I'm back! How's your appetites? Ready for the barbecue? Always.
Ooh.
Oh, it smells so good. Paimon's drooling.
The Wooling?
Someone sure is desperate to eat. I think it's time to add the seasoning. How do you like your skewers? Well done? Medium? Rare?
Wait, what? Isn't that just for steaks?
No, it's probably for
If it
fish
works
as
for
well.
steak, maybe it works for other things too.
Medium well for me.
As long as it's not chicken.
Okay, these are about ready now then. It'll be a few more minutes for anyone who wants theirs well done.
PSA, don't do your chicken medium rare.
Oh, that was so delicious. If Paimon's stomach had space, she'd eat 3 more skewers. I ate a lot too. Oh, here comes the food coma.
Oh,
If you're tired, then go rest.
You must be getting sleepy too, Paimon. Why don't you guys head to your tents?
no, me and Simon want to play cards.
Tonight I show you mercy. Our sacred duel will take place another day.
No, I want to do it now. Let me fight Sino. Take one of his shiny cards.
Paimon's struggling to keep her eyes open.
Oh, don't forget this. The Staff of the Scarlet Sands.
What? What?
You were actually being serious about that?
It's a very powerful weapon. Try it.
Paimon can't even lift that thing.
Fair enough. You sure you don't want it?
I'll take it.
Yeah, Paimon's sure. We'll be fine.
No, Paimon, let me take the staff.
Get an uninvited guest in the night.
Free
Paimon will be
5-star.
here to take care of the traveler.
This is the funniest fucking thing. I've just whipped out a literal, like, rusty sword. Not even a 4-star, just like the shittest sword in the game.
That reminds me of a parting king of invocations. I'll tell you about it tomorrow. But right now, it's time to rest. Sleep well and sweet dreams.
I think they should all be here. Traveler? Paimon? Are you in there? Could you come outside for a sec?
Oh, here was the plot twist.
What the? What's this sword doing here? Is it supposed to keep out intruders?
Evidently.
What? Who is it? Oh, what time do you call this?
Too early o'clock.
Paimon's gonna take out the sword. Yeah!
I go back go sleep. Me IRL.
Have? What are you doing here? It's the middle of the night!
Huh? Why'd they come all the way out here?
Sorry to wake you up at this hour of the night, but we've got a situation on our hands.
Oh
Let's
no.
get dressed and talk about it outside.
I'm pretty sure Tignari said that and walked out fully clothed.
Something has come up, and since it pertains to Cyrus and Cyno, I deemed it essential to inform you all.
Whoa, back up. Let's start from the beginning.
Okay.
Huh? Where'd the wine cups go? I could have sworn I left them here after I washed them. Ah, there they are.
I'll have a cup too.
Can you see if the cookies are still on the table?
They are, and so are the fruits.
Oh, this is so bland. I should have gotten a few bottles of what Cyno's group was drinking last night.
Do tell. What were they drinking?
Oh, right, I forgot to mention. So, I ran into Cyrus yesterday evening when I went to the tavern to pick up some things. He was hosting a dinner for Cyno, Tighnari, Kale, and the Traveler and Paimon. Anyway, they got a bottle of Lombard's new vintage for the table. At least, I think that's what it was.
Ooh.
It looked pretty good.
Sounds like they're all tangled up in this.
In what?
You know what it's about, right? 16-year-old kid tried to extort Cyrus. He was asking for 10 million mora.
I heard some people talking about it on the streets, yes. Didn't take them long to catch the culprit. The sages are probably dealing with the case by now.
I wonder what Sir Nephis and the others will make of it. Oh, Cyrus showed me the extortion letter, too. It was crudely written, but the paper had this beautiful pattern on it that I've never seen before. Really caught my eye. Give me a sec, I'll sketch it out for you. Okay, done. Take a look. You see what I mean? I don't think I've ever seen writing paper like this around before. God knows where the culprit got it from.
Interesting. These are all motifs associated with the tribes of the desert.
Ooh.
What? Really?
The plot does thicken.
Looks like an outline of a spire, similar to the kind found on some ancient palaces. And the crisscrossing and mirroring here, I recognize that too. It bears a striking resemblance to an ancient emblem, one that hasn't been used in a very long time.
Whose emblem is it?
It's the emblem of the Temple of Silence.
After discussing it with each other, we both agreed that something didn't feel right, so we went looking for you. This was a long way to come from the city. Alhaitham figured you were probably with Tighnari, so Gandharvaville was our first stop. But the Forest Watchers told us that you'd gone camping. Then, just as we were heading off to the campsite, we ran into Cyno. He said he was on a supply run. We exchanged a few words, and then he ran off.
Hold on. So what's the deal with that emblem you were talking about? The Temple of Silence, you said? What is that? Should we be worried?
Something's up, huh? Give me a second. Let me get Kale.
So you've never heard of the Temple of Silence? Well, To put it simply, it's an organization that has existed in Sumeru for over 1,000 years. These days, you can find a Temple of Silence office in the academia. Theoretically, it's responsible for the custody and disposal of information and documents not fit for public dissemination. At least, that's what they tell the outside world. In truth, it's essentially a vestigial institution nowadays. There's an office with their name on it, but it's functionally obsolete. Historically speaking, the original Temple of Silence is said to have been established by Hermes, one of the 7 pillars of King Deshret and the greatest of all sages. Most of the organization's members hailed from the desert. By contrast, none of the Academia Temple's current members are from the desert region, nor do they
So
use
it's a
any
desert
symbols
tribe
connected with the desert
scam.
folk.
Also,
So the
Smex.
Temple of
Thank you for the
Silence
hydrate.
and Academia is just a fake?
I always love a visit from
It's possible.
Thirst Trap
The
TT.
real question is, why? My guess is they're covering something up.
So, how do you know all this? Sounds like some pretty top secret stuff.
Ooh.
Did you forget? He did a stint as acting Grand Sage, and kept the pay raise even after he resigned.
What a politician thing to do.
Yeah, Paimon did totally forget about that. So you took the chance to read all the top secret documents while you were acting Grand Sage, huh?
If you're asking me whether I familiarized myself with the documentation in my office, I would respond that that's a perfectly normal part of any job.
So much about this doesn't make sense. Why did the emblem of the Temple of Silence appear on a threat letter from an Academia student to Cyrus? The student's only 16, and doesn't have any family ties to the desert. So where could he have seen that emblem, or gotten the paper?
You said you ran into Sino, yes? Did you tell him what you've just told us?
Yep. He ran off as soon as he heard what we said.
Given that Cyrus is involved, he's probably halfway through solving the case by now.
Probably.
Still, we should try to catch up with him. At this hour of the night, Sino will probably go looking for Cyrus at his current residence.
If the Academia's Temple of Silence really does exist just to cover up the truth, the sudden appearance of this emblem can't be good, and sure to stir up trouble. We should pay a visit to the Academia.
I think we'll be fine.
As the Sage of Amorta, my master ought to know the truth about their office. You can ask him to tell you what he knows. The more information we have, the better prepared we'll be for whatever happens there.
If this situation is connected to the real Temple of Silence, the emblem has to be part of a bigger conspiracy.
Kale, could I trouble you to send a message to the Core of 30? Tell them to keep an eye out for Sino and Cyrus. Traveler, Paimon, you two come with me.
Alright.
Go after Sino.
Sounds
My
like
new keyboard is like fine, dandy, good, great, golden, right?
Cyrus has been living in the city.
But because it has
Rented a place near the field
raised
so we can keep an eye on his
keys
tomato plants.
with like space underneath them instead of having them recessed into a keyboard, my yarn keeps getting caught in them.
Here we are. This is the place.
Huh, we might be too late.
Ooh.
Looks like nobody's home. Oh, Sino moves fast. If he was here, he's probably long gone by now.
I know that voice. Is
Hello?
that Tainari I hear?
Ah! Professor Zahahadi!
Wow, so it really is you.
Ma'am, it's way past your bedtime.
Whatever is going on tonight?
We're looking for Sino. So, he's already been here.
Yes, not long ago, in fact. He knocked on my door and asked if I'd seen Cyrus today at all. I told him the old fool left early this morning, and I hadn't heard him come back.
The old fool?
We went to his place, and would you believe it? He's gone. Goodness knows where to. It must
Oh,
have
Cyrus is not the
gone
16-year-old, he's the
awful
professor.
hurry after that. He never did explain what this was all about. How serious is it?
Well, if Cyrus isn't at home... Oh, it sure doesn't sound good.
Professor, did you hear that a student recently tried to extort Cyrus?
Yes. When
I'm having like a remainder of a Makona caramel coffee plus a Aldi white chocolate
he looked lost in thought.
because I don't want to use, like, the only milk we have is lactose-free milk for Mum.
He wouldn't tell me what it was. If Sino hadn't,
And I don't want to use that, but I didn't want to like a normal-ass straight black coffee, especially on this Pride Month. Can't be doing that.
After seeing the letter, Sino told him to contact the Core of 30, but Cyrus was very reluctant. He claimed it would only damage his reputation.
I really need to like remake a cold brew
From Sino.
Huh?
and leave it on the counter.
When we saw him, he seemed pretty okay with the idea of the kid getting his just desserts.
As a former sage,
Because like hot coffee in the morning, much better during the winter when it's cold, especially since the a vanilla latte.
to the authorities.
Yum yum yum.
Going back and forth over it.
So Cyrus initially hoped to stop this from going public.
The house has no insulation. It's pretty open air as well, because Queensland style house, so it's cold in the morning. Forced him to, which means yep, sure.
Dear, what on earth has that old fool gotten himself wrapped up in?
Oh, probably a cult.
I do hope he's not in.
And so like I like a hot coffee in the morning, warms up the hands and the body. But come this time, it's like cool enough that I don't need to warm myself up. It's warm enough, rather.
He realized you might come looking for him.
Thank you.
Plus, it's cheaper, so I don't go through as many, like, the flavor satchels. Rather complicated state of affair. Unfortunately, I cannot disclose more than that. I ask you understand and accept that I had to act alone at this stage. Don't come after me.
My friends, this is a rather complicated state of affair. Unfortunately, I cannot disclose more than that.
Also, I got a coffee on the way to the doctor's office yesterday, and like, the chef at the cafe was genuinely surprised that I was like getting a vanilla latte. He's like, "Oh, do you not like the flavor of coffee?" I'm like, "Nah, I'm a sweet human being. I do not like bitter coffees."
Let's head to the academia and regroup.
And like the lovely barista lady, when I was like, did you put vanilla in this? I can't really taste it. She's like, "Oh, I'm putting in some more. Don't you worry." Yeah, I grabbed the ones from Aldi, so like, I think it's $10, a 10-pack for like $5 or less dollars. Which realistically, yeah, that's like 50 cents a coffee. Oh, we're going down. Mum prefers to get the Nescafe big boxes because she likes those ones. I'm like, I ain't gonna begrudge you that, Mum. My one rule, because like well, I personally am boycotting Coles and Woolies. Mum doesn't like them, but I don't mind them. Plus, they come in flavors of like caramel and vanilla. But yeah, sometimes we go to like the reject shop and then Aldi to check for those coffees for Mum, and sometimes they don't have it. And she's like, "Oh, time to go to Woolworths." I'm like, "Mum, boycotting is like my thing. You don't have to feel guilty going into a Woolworths and buying things from them, especially since it's just a coffee." Plus, boycotting has never been about like, "Oh, nope, you're never gonna be there. You have to give up on everything." It's about like giving up as much as you can and like making a point.
Hello. Do you need help?
I think I've gone down too low. Can I...
The world remains constant over the centuries.
If you don't mind me asking, like, what things for the kids is it? Is it, like, brand name cereals?
Transitory.
Because I've been following this account on TikTok where she's organizing, like, a mass brand boycott. So, like, for the past 3 months, they've been doing Kellogg's, because the CEO was like, just eat cereal for dinner. It's cheap, when it's very much not. And a lot of people that have been like, I don't know if I can give up my comfort food, have tried other things, or like they've had kids that are very picky eaters and they've tried other things and their kids have loved it. So I'm wondering if that might be the case for you. Are we just going in here? Ah, yeah. See, shit like that, it's like unfortunate that we have to go to a Woolies for that. But also, I'm not gonna shame someone for like getting shit that they can't get anywhere else at a Woolies. Although, have you had a look on like Amazon? If you can get those kinds of things delivered? Maybe for cheaper.
You're here? I thought you were going after... Ah, I guess you lost their trail.
We went to Cyrus's house. No one was there. Sino got there before us, but he was long gone by the time we arrived.
He didn't say where he was going?
Oh, that's good timing then, at least.
He left us a letter and told us not to go after him.
Can't say I'm surprised.
Typical Sino.
The lone
Some
wolf.
updates on progress on our end. I drew the emblem from memory again, but in more detail this time.
Thanks, Cover. Oof, yikes. Ask Trippy. Maybe he can help you grab some Amazon bargains. He seems up with the, like, bargain hunting on Amazon.
I checked some ancient texts for a similar design. The one I found was a little blurry, but the similarities in the general form and certain details were clear enough to confirm a match.
Yeah, and we're lucky we found anything at all. It turns out the emblem was all but lost to history. We scoured the entire Academia collection, and that book was the only one with a record of the motif.
Meanwhile, Arav managed to get Uraka to disclose his source. The one who told him about Cyrus's embezzled funds was a young man from the desert. According to Uraka, he had a striking presence and was well educated.
Apparently, the two met in the tavern over a game of cards. The guy claimed to be in the city for business, as part of a merchant caravan.
Ooh.
Uraka was intrigued when he heard what his new acquaintance had to say.
I'm very much a buy local thing as well.
The guy encouraged him to go ahead with it, then handed him some pen and paper to write the letter.
I see. So it could be that this...
Like, when I was in getting my keyboard, I was talking to the guy, I'm like, listen, I could order this online, but I would prefer to buy it local, and I'm willing to pay, like, a few extra bucks for it.
On how to carry out the extortion, but from then on...
Yo, that's so cool!
Nephis and Arav have gone to meet the Core of 30 and review the city's entry and exit records. Also, Nephis admitted that the Temple of Silence in the Academia is just a facade. The true Temple of Silence once came to the rainforest to establish a collaboration with the Academia, but as time went by, the sages gradually became corrupt and foolish. The Temple of Silence felt that they could no longer trust the Academia and ended the partnership. They retreated back to
Sounds
the desert
very
about
culty.
400 years ago. Ever since its inception, the Temple of Silence has been the guardians of King Deshret's civilization.
Honey is such a sick thing to put in, like, tea and coffee as a sweetener as well.
Guarding any wisdom that posed a threat to the people's livelihoods. At its roots, it was a legitimate and reputable organization whose purpose was to guide people towards the right path.
The academia of the day knew that the split would damage their reputation if it became a matter of public knowledge. And so, they set up a dummy organization of their own to conceal the truth.
Not only that, but
damn.
the charade for hundreds of years!
That's wild.
So how did Cyrus become acquainted with the true Temple of Silence if they left centuries ago?
I'll bet that's the question that bothered Cyno. Probably why he went after him in such a rush.
Whoever is behind this, getting Uraka to extort Cyrus was only the first step of the plan. Their true goal in doing so was for Cyrus to see the emblem on the letter.
He must have recognized it right away. That'll be why he didn't want to involve the authorities. He probably hoped to take care of the whole thing by himself. Unfortunately for him, Cyno had other plans.
Since the desert is where the Temple of Silence originated, that is in all likelihood where Cyrus went.
I have to go after him.
Really?
Off to the desert we're going, I guess.
With how you respond to the heat? Why don't we send someone else?
I should be fine, as long as I bring plenty of water. Besides, I just can't shake this ominous feeling that if we don't catch up to them soon...
What is this feeling so sudden and new? Oh.
Master!
I have held the moment I laid eyes on you.
So that's Nafis, Tainari's master?
Apparently.
Oh, we're finally getting to meet him.
It's a pleasure to meet
Hello.
you, Traveler in Paimon.
I like your robe.
Several independent eyewitnesses have reported seeing Cyrus and Mahamatra Cyno leaving the city at different times. Both were heading in the direction of Caravan Ribat. I was going to suggest that you join forces with the Corps of 30 in this case. However, as I'm sure you've already heard from Alhaitham and Kaveh, the Temple of Silence is involved. The Academia has made a number of decisions throughout history that I am ashamed to talk about. It may well be that no better choice was available to them, but those actions are nonetheless a stain on our legacy. I won't attempt to make you understand the Academia's perspective. Now is the time for action.
I understand where you're coming from, Master. But I'm afraid the situation might be more complicated than we thought. I think we need to keep a low profile, or risk making things worse.
Good point. If Cyrus is involved with the other side, or worse, if he's fallen into their hands, and... Everyone, we have to get Cyrus and Cyno back safely. We cannot afford to lose them.
Need our help? Whatever you need, we got you covered.
Really? Wonderful. You have my most sincere gratitude. Arav and I will continue to follow up on the lead from Uraka. Kaveh, Scribe Alhaitham, I'd like to ask you to cover the duties of the House of Dana.
Ooh, the plot thickens.
Tainari, you are planning to go into the desert, correct?
He is.
Kaveh, I'll be okay. You stay behind to help Master and Alhaitham.
Well, if you're sure... Okay. But be careful.
There's so much of this. Wow.
Arav,
Every time I like go to do another row, I'm like, and then like the whole thing just pops
Don't forget
down.
to ask for help when you need it.
Will do. Let's go, Tainari. Hopefully we can catch up with Cyno before it's too late.
Knowing him, he's probably covered a fair distance already.
Probably.
We still have a shot. Let's take it.
Shot through the heart, and you're to blame. You give fanfics a bad name.
This is your daily reminder to take your medicine.
Hi, Kasai.
Drink some freaking water, you beautiful bitch. Proud of you for getting up today.
Yeah, we got double blessed with the TT. Kasai, I hope you've had just an amazing hacking time zone, friend.
Okay, we made it to Caravan Ribat. Where should we go next?
Oh, hello, Nixie. Welcome on in. I'm doing pretty good.
Hold on.
It's actually like warmed up reasonably. I'm about to take my jumper off.
You sure you want to brave the desert alone? I mean, it's your choice.
We'll
at
be
the end of the day,
fine.
but Still.
It's not my first time.
This is fucking amazing, right?
I know.
This is a side quest. This is like world building and
when you're packing for your trip,
voice acted
days
cutscenes.
more than you plan to spend out there.
Makes sense. Okay,
A
I'll
lady,
go get ready.
playground, a lot of shopping, calls, all these fingers.
Thought we might find you here. You're trying
Oh
to
my
retrace
lord.
Cyrus's steps, aren't you?
Didn't I tell you not to come after me? I thought I had a good lead on.
Imagine like just a random thing like biscuits being the thing that starts you shopping at Aldi.
Nothing personal. It's just a complex situation. And I'd rather not involve anyone else if I can help it.
Takes a special kind of person to get Sino chasing them all the way out to Caravan Rebot. But why so coy today, huh? You only gave us his age and description. Why can't you reveal his name? Is he Sumeru's most wanted or something?
Maybe he doesn't know it.
Oh, also, hey guys, it's been a while.
Hi, Dia.
Dia and Candace! So nice to see you. Actually, seeing all of our friends is the whole reason we're here.
You're looking well. Glad to see it.
That's wild. Is there like a split shop you can do? Because I remember like when Aldi first became a thing, it didn't have the stock it did today, and a lot of people were just like, we go to Aldi first for the cheap stuff. Thanks.
Candace and I came to Caravan Rebot on business. We ran into Sino as he was asking about some elderly gentleman's whereabouts. Some people say
Anything to save money in a cost of living crisis.
out as an older guy heading into the desert alone with just a sumpter beast in tow and
I mean, if we're lucky, the Greens and Independents will come into power
that's got to be one heck of a
in the next election cycle, and Coles and Woolies will be like forced to bring their prices down.
About the case. But let us know how we can support you. We're here to help however you need.
Oh,
The more
damn.
people we have working on this, the quicker we'll be able to find the person you seek.
No, it's not that simple. If I'm right, he'll be doing everything he can to avoid us.
We spoke with Zaha Hadid. From what she said, it's
That's a
pretty clear that he
shame.
wants to try and solve this on his own. It won't be easy trying to find him in the desert when he's deliberately trying to cover his tracks.
Sounds like this is far more complex than we imagined.
Still, if he started from Caravan Rebot, the chances are that his route took him past our village. You may as well ask if anyone there has seen him.
My thanks to you both. Once this is resolved, I will find a way to repay.
Yo, does Candace have the Millennium Eye in her hair?
No need to get all serious.
What the heck?
Buy a round of drinks next time we're all in the city or something.
That's a deal.
Yeah, we get our veggies from a greengrocer as well. We're so lucky, like,
Handle it from here.
the shopping center we go to get food and supplies for the fortnight has, like, one of the real old-fashioned, like, $10 for a whole tray of avocados places.
And don't think you'd be imposing. You can depend on us.
Like, it's obviously not that cheap. Those are, like, a little bit of hyperbole. But Mom goes in there and gets veggies for us for a week for, like, $20. And for the first, like, month or so of me living here, I didn't even realize. We'd, like, walk past it, and I just, like, kind of blank it out of my brain. I'm like, oh, it's probably the same price. And then one of the guys that works there did a bunch of TikToks. And it came up on my For You page. They're like, wait, that's where we go shopping. I was like, Mum, do you want to... Here, take my card, go in there and go shop for veggies? Oh, so it's like a... Yeah. See, that's like one of the reasons why a lot of the, I think it's the Chinese families that send off the baby formula. Because over in China, there was like a tragic accident where a lot of children were very negatively affected by like a brand that just broke their trust. And I mean, like, very negatively affected. Yeah, butchers are often, like, relatively cheap as well. I remember my aunt used to have a butcher. Well, she probably still does.
There's a few things.
Have a butcher near her that did the most delicious, like, centimeter diameter sausages. They were thin and, like, so good with a bacon and eggs breakfast.
Clearly, we've only scratched the surface of the Temple of Silence question. It doesn't surprise me at all that the one in the academia is a fake.
Do you have any connection with the Temple of Silence?
I do. I trust you're all aware of the spirit that gives me my power?
Yep.
Hermanubis, the original founder of the Temple of Silence. Due to my unique constitution, I was put through a number of trials in the desert when I was younger. Later, I met the professor, and he brought me to Sumeru City. But my memory of that time is hazy. I can't recall much. It's a good thing that Kaveh noticed the emblem on the letter. Without that,
They are, but like,
I don't know if we would have connected.
I get the vibe that it's one of those token efforts because there's an election coming up thing.
Whether that's because I've never seen it, or because my memory fails me.
Genuinely hope they get, like, forced to not do this bullshit anymore.
Thank goodness for
and held accountable.
diligence during his time
And, like, the shit they're doing in Queensland with all of the... I think it's the coal and gas miners, where they're, like, upping their taxes. I hope that, like, sticks around as well.
His connection to the Temple of Silence goes even deeper than yours.
But unless the Greens and some independents get into power, I hold little faith.
Once mentioned the Temple of Silence in conversation. And whenever the conversation turns to Hermanubis and the
I have faith in people, but, like, politicians aren't people.
Well, speaking of avoiding things...
Especially, like, the older ones that are in power and struggling to, like, get more money so they can have more money.
I have accepted it. Or rather, I don't.
They're so wildly out of touch with the common person.
So, I might as well.
Like, the Prime Minister, apparently, is, like, literally in the process of evicting his tenants so he can sell the house and make a bunch of money off it, while arguing that, like, they shouldn't have rent freezes and they should keep, like, the tax-free status and property as an investment, not a human right. Like, what kind of mental gymnastics do you have to go through to process that? You're kicking people out of a house so you can make money by selling the house. Get us back to, like, a four-party system. Nationals, Liberals, Labour, the Greens, Independents. Have some real fucking, like, competition and make the politicians do their job.
Fair enough. Then at least let me buy you a drink once we're back in the city.
Works for me. All right, off we go.
To the point where Mum, who's, like, a habitual Labour voter, she's like, I'm probably voting Independent and Greens this time. Like,
hello.
Mahamatra Sino?
I'm looking for someone. So I'd like to confirm any recent foot traffic in and out of Aru Village.
A man matching that description passed by Aru Village not too long ago. He stopped by to load up on food and water and feed his sumpter beast. Then he was on his way.
Where was he going?
Let me think. He took a seat by the entrance of the village for a while and had a brief chat with the person who came to deliver the water.
Like, used to live in fucking Wollongong, which has been Labour for decades. So I empathize with that feeling, where, like,
have a map. I can mark
you go to vote and you want, like, to get a new party in, have, like, a decent member for your thing, and then they're like, yeah, but the majority of people live here are over the age of 50, and they're habitually voting for Labour, so there's nothing you can do.
there you go.
Thank you so much.
Just like politicians shouldn't be allowed to be over the age of like 40, maybe like the votes of older people should count less. Or like there should be some kind of initiative to properly educate them. I think that's being generous, to be perfectly honest with you. 10 years is a relatively short amount of time. Come here, butterflies. Butterfly in the sky. Like, we could start with that and see if we get, like, real change in our politicians. But if I was given supreme control over the political system, I'd be like, alright, no one over 40 is allowed to hold office. No, like, one party can hold office more than 2 terms in a row. No political donations. Every time you receive money as a politician, doesn't matter if some kid gives you a $5 note in the street or if a company is, like, giving you money to bribe you. All of that shit gets reported. No media moguls owning, like, the rights to all of the media and trying to sway the public. If you're campaigning, it comes out of your own pocket, not Rupert Murdoch's.
Holds dear.
Also, like, what the fuck are we doing spending money on the military in Australia? More money into mental health and physical health. Bro, we're spending, like, I think $750 billion over the next 10 years on military spending. And, like, even a fraction of that amount of money could solve our housing prices, could solve, like, a bunch of student debt, if not all of it.
Hold on.
Could fucking...
I see some people over there.
Have us with, like, some of the world's best medical care again.
Ask them what they know.
Reinstate the CSIRO and all of our like...
No.
It used to be a cool thing that we could say that, like, Australia invented a bunch of shit. Look at all of this research we've done in the medical field. And now, like... Our politicians are just cutting all of that.
And the way I dress, I might not be the most welcome visitor here. Just in case, it's probably better to let a more neutral party handle things.
It's enough to turn an NB to,
Hello there. I hope I'm
cheerful nihilism.
My friend and I are looking for an elderly man who's gone missing around these parts. Any chance I could ask you a couple of questions?
Oh, a missing person, huh? Sure. What do you want to know?
I'm just wondering if you've seen him. Let me give you the details.
Who is this?
So,
they have main character energy.
Culture type with thoughtful eyes, and he's traveling alone.
He'd stand out like a sore thumb.
Or at least deuteragonist.
Yeah, sounds like the kind of guy we'd remember if we saw him.
He's looking behind me.
Uh-oh. That guy's looking our way.
Your friend over there stands out a lot, too. Hey, aren't you Sino, the General Mahamatra?
Yes, that's me.
You don't seem surprised that I recognized you.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Oh, you're the one looking for the old man who's gone missing.
Oh my god, that's fucking wild.
Someone's on edge. You don't trust me much, do you? No need to hide it. I understand why you're wary of us. Still, you came...
Damn, I hope you had, like, the chance to get the help you need soon.
I thought you were a group of merchants. Seems I was mistaken.
Your henchmen don't look like much, but something tells me they put up a better fight than most mercenaries.
Hey, hear that, guys? You're my henchmen now.
What the fuck does this twink think he's doing?
Just cut to the chase already. I'm running out of patience.
All right. Come with me. All of you.
Where are you taking us?
Don't you want to find your friend? A silver-haired, long-robed, culture type with thoughtful eyes? Sounds like there's a whole other side to Cyrus I didn't know about.
So you know where he is?
Just follow me. I'll take you to him.
You and me both, baby doll. You and me both. I'm glad you're not in, like, a bad financial pressure situation, though.
And here.
What? Where are you looking? There's nothing here!
Please, step back.
Oh.
Ooh,
He summoned a door.
What is this enormous building doing here?
And how was it so well hidden? King Deshret's technology?
Yeah, that would make sense.
Wait, so... Hold on, who are you guys really?
Is this the Temple of Silence?
She was just spooked.
So you're a member?
All good questions. There'll be plenty of time to address them later.
I guess we're going in here. Oh, I thought we were going to do a domain.
This is not what Paimon was expecting to find in the desert, especially not hidden right
Chat,
next to
if you had a JJK domain expansion, what would it be?
Ooh, Paimon's scared. They must have kidnapped Cyrus. Do you think this is the guy Raka met in the tavern?
What's wrong? Thinking about your professor?
Interesting.
I just hope for you.
That's a bit scummy if that's like a free account issue.
Me too. Hope I haven't done anything to incur your wrath.
I'm not gonna grind it. I will, like, play and, like, ask to play if people are playing. But I'm not so much a grindy person as I'll play competitive or quick play with friends because it's fun, and because if I'm playing comp, I'll eventually get a golden gun or two. Also, chat, before we continue on, it is once again time for a self-care ad break. This of course means it's time to stand up, have a stretch, move your body around, get the blood flowing again, and of course, if you can't stand up, don't worry, stay seated. Do the things that make your body feel better. Maybe even take a little screen break for a few minutes, because I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads. Get rid of the pre-rolls, help the stream out with discoverability. Then I'll be back. on the way in the door. What the frick? Besides, Smix, my Final Fantasy 14 about to have like an expansion. Literally, the servers go down this week. That's what I'll be grinding this month. Let's reset this Rusty's first before we get back into it. Can you also grind me? How do I like... Oh, main menu, there we go. New. We put these ones down. Is there like a... I don't know what that green dot does. Also, we go over here, we click this, we connect. I would suggest no. Two reasons. To get your crafters to level cap, the best like route is to level up all of them and all of your gatherers at once. And that's like a couple 100 hours of work. Two, because you know me, and if you ever need something made, repaired, or melded, you just, like, send me a message and I'll do it for you lickety-split. Third reason that I've just realized, the easiest way to level up crafters comes with the second or third expansion pack. And, like, you're not quite up to that. However, it's not like a hard thing to passively level up given Grand Company hand-ins. Especially the gatherers. Because you can just like hand in the things that they need every day for the gatherers pretty quickly until you hit like a level cap where you can't go into those areas because you don't have the expansion zone unlocked yet.
Purpose whatsoever.
I guess we're just like going this way. Oh, that's big. Why am I trying to look at the map? There's just like nothing here. But yeah, I think crafters and gatherers is something you do like once you've reached Ishgard, two, you want like a break from doing story content and you just want like stuff that you can mindlessly grind out.
All right, you can wait here for now. I'll inform our leader that you've arrived at the Temple of Silence. Sit tight until he comes to greet you.
Especially, like, the crafting system in this game is, like, super wonderful. In that, like, you can... Like, the interface itself is basically like a combat one, but you're just pressing your buttons and there's no pressure.
Whoever the leader is here...
And it's fun to work out rotations and shit. But, like, I don't know if that's for you, and if it's not, that's fine. It's for me,
the Temple of Silence.
And I'm more than happy to craft for people.
After leaving the rainforest, they hid themselves here?
Hey, look! That guy's coming back.
Don't worry. Someone will come and call for you soon.
What's your name?
Sorry, guess I was so delighted to see you, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sethos. I'll be here if you need me, but I'm not planning on answering all of your questions. Other than that, you can occupy yourselves however you see fit.
So we're free to explore by ourselves?
Yep. I mean, I'm not worried about you running off. Cyrus is here. And unless I've misunderstood, you're all quite anxious to see him again.
He's right. Well, if we've got some time, we might as well take a look around.
Explore, see if there's loot.
I never imagined that the true Temple of Silence would be hidden somewhere like this. We've passed through these parts before, but never noticed anything.
That's King Deshret's technology for you, I guess. It borders on the miraculous. Amazing to think that it's been preserved intact all this time.
We should be wary of our hosts. Still, at this point, we can be confident that the professor is safe and sound, so that's something.
Here, buddy.
Sethos, have you got some time to chat?
Sure.
I want to know. Yeah, he does have a vision.
I'm assuming by chat, you mean you have questions for me? I don't blame you. Anyone else would.
I was about to say, is this guy like a rollable character? Maybe not yet, but he does have like this vision here, so probably in the future, if not.
The Temple of Silence is a place of quiet and solitude. We don't get too many visitors. Yes, that was me. Although, tricked is a stretch. He was asking everyone in the tavern about ways to make some easy money. He insisted that nothing was off the table, even if it broke the law. So, I told him that Cyrus had embezzled a large sum of mora from the desert.
So you framed Cyrus for a crime that he did not commit?
No. That's not entirely true. Let me jog your memory. The letter just said that he had uncovered Cyrus's secret. It didn't say what secret that was.
I mean, not directly, but feel free to add some input if you want. I think she's talking to Sethos.
Of course. Uraka was a great accomplice, really. Very cooperative with a little bit of wine in him. Did exactly what he was told. And not much of an original thinker, though. It doesn't surprise me that he struggles academically.
Why did Cyrus leave for the desert as soon as he received the letter?
You'll have to ask him that one yourself. Certain things I can't answer for him. I'm neither judging nor defending him. All you need to know is that he recognized our emblem, and it was his own choice to take the bait.
Interesting. Ah, I see. Do you know Sino?
What kind of question is that? He's
I mean,
Mahamatra.
This guy definitely looks like the kind of twink that would hang out in chat.
But back at the Oasis, you can't have known who he was for sure, or you wouldn't have asked him. So, what we're really asking is, have you never seen him in person before?
Sethos, do you have an electro vision? Are you a Twitch streamer?
I've never had the pleasure.
Ugh, why does Paimon feel
Something bleed purple?
Come on, we've only just met. If I give you all the answers up front, you'll have nothing left to look forward to. Yes, that was me.
Oh wait, no, I already asked that question.
Insisted that...
So you framed Cyrus?
No. That's not entirely true. Of course.
Why did Cyrus...
You'll have to ask. All you need to know is that he recognized our emblem. Nope. Not once.
Really?
I have no need to go there. Not when the taverns are full of the Urakas of this world. Besides...
Oh, damn, he's a professional con artist.
At that place.
Also, Crafter, I watched your, I can't remember the name, but it was the sad game with the trigger warnings. Watched your video on that the other day? That was such a well-scripted video. Congrats, you guys. Go follow Crafter over on YouTube. She's such a fucking absolute content queen.
Spies? It's not as clandestine as that. The city gates are wide open. Anyone's free to walk in. You can find out all you need to know just by walking around town and hearing the word on the street.
I see.
Mm-hmm. Ah, here he is. Grandfather, the person you wish to see is here.
Well done, Sethos.
Grandfather?
Greetings, one and all. I am Ba Moon, the current leader of the Temple of Silence.
Hi, Cyrus.
I know why you are here, and I...
Oh, sorry, is that your dead name?
Patience. Bring...
Or is it your, like, title?
Professor!
Oh, it's not Cyrus at all.
Cyrus, are you okay?
I'm just silly and can't recognize faces. He's an old man. You could have broken a hip. What the heck is?
Apologies. We have no intention of causing you distress. But you must understand, Cyrus is of great importance to us. We had to find a way to bring him back to us. Cyrus owes me his life. And to the Temple of Silence, he owes a debt of gratitude. I let him go a long time ago. But
he owes you nothing?
The time has come to demand payment.
You set him free.
I wanted to end my feud with this old bag of bones before you caught up with me. But you got here so quickly. Just leave, Sino.
No.
This is a matter between us two old men. You're all too young to get involved.
So that's why you didn't want to report the letter. You'd made up your mind to come here from the beginning. You only left in such a hurry to try and throw us off your trail.
Some things in life catch up with you. No matter what you do. You shouldn't have come. That alone brought the others.
Sino didn't make us do anything. We came here for the same reason he did.
True.
To rescue you. We'd appreciate you telling us the truth. Otherwise, it seems a little unfair on everyone who had to stay behind.
My secrets are secret for good reason. Bringing them to light can only lead to misfortune.
You're misfortune?
Afraid, aren't you? You can't bring your...
No, his name is Simon. Simon? Cyrus.
Students you nurtured as if they were your own children. You recognized our emblem because for many years you lived among us. Indeed, you all but
among us?
One of us.
Sasibaka?
You knew as soon as you saw the letter that we, not Uraka, were the ones speaking to you. It threatened you only because you know what you did. Your own guilt convicted you. For you, Cyrus.
This is for sure going to be something dumb.
You once shared your learning with us.
Bro, I need to look at myself
us in our mission
more
to
often.
revive the might of Hermanubis, to bring new hope, new...
I keep on forgetting to adjust my camera. So I can look like a real human.
But then you betrayed us. You bargained for your independence with your past contributions. And then you left, taking with you Hermanubis's might and the wielder of his power.
Not a betrayal? He bargained for his set free? Now you want to sit on a jumper? Not the comfy bed? You really are just a fucking cat. Oh, we'll put you in the nest. There you go. Maybe Shadow is actually a bird.
We both know what I said to you that day. That as the leader, I grant you permission to leave, but that one day, the sands of time will catch up with you. And when that day comes, you must pay the price you owe.
You really know how to hold a grudge.
Hermanubis's might?
Sounds like a, culty thing to me.
Does he mean you?
Professor, anything to say?
The moon is right. I came here once before.
You were here before.
Many years ago in the desert. When he learned that I was a scholar, he invited me to come here.
Couldn't look you in the eye.
It was a great, daring plan.
You're just like an angel.
The Temple of Silence had been bereft of Hermanubis for too long.
It makes me cry.
Its warriors were waning.
Oh no.
That we implant bar fragments, shards of Hermanubis, into the bodies of suitable vessels.
What?
If the experiment was successful, the spirit of Hermanubis would then dwell within the vessel. Many believers.
And you did this to a child?
For the experiment. But we soon discovered that the bodies of grown adults could not withstand Hermanubis's power.
What makes you think young children would?
Bamoon offered his own adoptive grandson.
That's fucked.
One other child was identified as a suitable vessel, and his parents agreed to release him into our custody in exchange for a small fortune. These
that's even worse.
for hosting Hermanubis's power.
Literally selling your children into science experiments.
The Temple of Silence had been in possession of 2 Ba fragments from Hermanubis. As remnants of his raw power, they were exceedingly rare treasures. The test subjects were sent into a room that had been prepared for the ceremony, and instructed to approach the Ba fragments, whose power had been amplified. If, after some time, this power did not repel them, this would mean that they were suitable vessels. The original plan was for a 3-stage experiment: resonance, implantation, and recovery and observation. The resonance stage went quite smoothly for both candidates.
Can we take these people out now?
Realized a decision
I do not abide by experimentation on children
at a time.
for things like
Allow
this.
us to monitor the results after the first round and adjust our plan accordingly.
Or like most things, to be perfectly honest with you.
Each fragment in a different vessel at the same time and compare their effects. But as I was deliberating, both Ba fragments suddenly became active. They glowed with a light we had never seen before. I knew that if they were not implanted right away, they would disintegrate and be gone from the world for good. Our 2 vessels had both displayed great promise by
And there's nothing wrong with them disappearing?
under the
Stop being like an old man grasping onto power, brother.
fragments into the same vessel seemed out of the question. To preserve our faith and our power, we implanted each of them with a single fragment.
Ultimately, I ended the experiment and left, taking one of the children with me.
In recognition of your past contributions, I chose not to send someone to hunt down and kill you both. Your lives were spared.
That's not why you did it.
Paid a great price for
You were afraid you might lose, like, Cyno's power.
Wanted to see you, Cyno. Losing you and your Ba fragment dealt us a devastating blow. We've been in decline ever since you left.
I see.
Good.
So that's how I gained my power.
Look, in essence, I borrowed your Ba fragment for a decade or so. And now you are seeking justice. If you want to take my life, then so be it. I'm an old man now anyway. But you cannot lift a finger against Cyno. He is the General Mahamatra. Your actions would be seen as a declaration of war against the Academia.
I'm sure you don't remember anymore, dear Cyno, but you've met us all before. You were so young then, when we all gathered around and celebrated the revival of our Lord. You and he, Sethos, you were our final hope.
You'd like me to return my power?
As a follower of Hermanubis, I have allowed this power to remain in the rainforest for far too long. Now, it is time to reclaim it.
What are you gonna do to bring it back?
It's not
You have, like, one vision user.
Cyno was chosen by the gods. You cannot take what they have bestowed.
You are wrong. Cyno was chosen, but he was not the only one. My child, Sethos, has the same gift as he.
So those are your terms for freeing the professor?
Despise me all you want. My sins are my own. The Temple of Silence is an innocent party. It is
innocent
foolishness all those years ago that the temple waned. And now I must take responsibility for the decision I made back then.
So what you're saying is, the power of one Ba fragment is not enough? You're asking me to return the one in my possession, so it can be implanted in him instead?
Divine power causes great suffering to those who wield it. How do you know that Sethos would be able to withstand it?
He is no longer a small child. But regardless, this burden is ours to bear, and your objections mean little given that you turned your back on us long ago.
Both my heart and mind are telling me that what you are proposing is a terrible idea. However...
Don't listen to him, Cyno. That power is no more yours to give than it is his to take. You have to understand.
No, it's Cyno's to do with whatever he wants.
But if this is a question of your freedom versus a fragment of power, then... there is nothing to debate.
Sorry to interrupt, but in my view, there are a number of contentions here that still need addressing. Say that Cyno refuses to return his power, and you also refuse to release Cyrus. Then, we are at an impasse. I find it hard to believe that you went to all this effort without planning for that possibility. You're trying to gauge where we stand while keeping your remaining cards close to your chest. Well, my stance is, put the rest of your cards on the table. Then we can have a discussion.
Wait, those ears... So, we have a descendant of the Valukashuna in our midst. Splendid! Fate smiles upon us after all.
What has this guy got in reserve?
Hermanubis
that, like,
perhaps
he thinks he can beat 3 vision users with one guy.
Why is he coughing so much? He looks like he's in really bad shape.
He probably tried to use prayer as a cure for a disease.
Pamoon, you...
Take our leader back to his room.
Sethos, you must...
Grandfather, I know what you wish to say. Leave this in my hands. I don't like to drag out conversations, so I'll just cut to the chase. Had Cyrus not stopped the experiment all those years ago, the plan would most likely have been a success. The wisdom of Hermanubis would have been ours. Still, it's no use talking about what-ifs. We cannot change the past. I'm not...
Past is in the past. Let it go. Let it go.
So it's someone
I will just beat you up with my team of gods.
But I see things a little differently. I don't believe the temple has the same stature that it once did. Time has worn away at its prestige and changed things almost beyond recognition. So I'm not going to force your hand. You're all free to leave. Except for Cyrus.
That's forcing our hand, dude.
Once, and now I'm giving the rest of you yours.
Again, you're not in a position of power, buddy.
Wise judgment, kid. Reminds me a lot of Pamoon in his younger years. I truly wish that the temple would take an objective look at the academia of today. You've been to the city yourself. I'm sure you've seen that much has changed for the better, and things will only continue to improve. Why not consider cooperating with the academia once more?
If you hadn't betrayed my grandfather, I might well be open to persuasion. But it's a bit too late for that now, Cyrus.
Tainari made a good point earlier. He said there has to be more to your plan than this, and I agree. All you and Ba Moon are after is the Ba fragment. The professor will accept whatever fate you deem fit for him out of a sense of guilt. I am the one who has a choice to make. And that's how it was always going to be. Ultimately, you want to trade the Ba fragment for the professor, correct?
I'm glad to see you're giving it some serious consideration.
I won't forsake my professor. Nor do I intend to run from a problem that I must face sooner or later. Give me one night to make my decision.
That works. Then I'll be waiting to hear your verdict, Sino. Oh, my grandfather still has a fair few things he wants to say to Cyrus, so I'll be escorting him back now.
Are you sure about negotiating with him?
I need to think this through.
I don't think we should negotiate with
Let's
them.
meet again later tonight. Until then, take some time for yourself.
Alright.
This is a religious organization that's trying to leverage trauma and real human lives for power. Oh, you know, can we... put like a harvest spot? Here. A water bot here. We need a little bit more biofuel. Also, one of these guys is like... we need to move this up. Actually, we can put build and move on top still. But like have it in that order. Do we have enough? 260, no biofuel. We can put like one more down here. Wait until nighttime. All right. And I will always love you.
I've taken some time to reflect on this. If I had to guess, Professor Cyrus came to the desert knowing that he would almost certainly never return. He's a stubborn man who tends to double down when he feels strongly about something. We won't get anywhere trying to convince him to escape.
I agree. My master Nephis says the same thing. Once Cyrus makes up his mind about something, he won't listen to reason.
So that's one thing. A few other things come to mind too. You've heard all you need to hear about the Temple of Silence. So on that, I don't have anything to add. My own memories of this place are hazy though. Probably something to do with the overpowering presence of the Ba fragments. That might explain why I suffered from constant headaches and fevers as a child. I do remember having some fleeting moments of profound emotion when vague images would appear in my mind. But I don't recall much, only bits and pieces. I was still young then, and all I could understand was that there was a strong will inside my mind. Thinking back on it now, I suppose it was Hermanubis' way of trying to encourage me, even if we couldn't communicate.
Maybe.
The power that came to inhabit my spirit was probably one of the cornerstones of their whole faith. So if the will and might of Hermanubis is a real, intangible thing, and they are its rightful worshippers, then...
You're not gonna give in to their demands, are you? Surely there has to be another way.
They probably aren't his rightful worshippers. There's no such thing as a rightful worshipper. Don't make any rash decisions.
I have no intention of returning it. I need this power to protect Sumeru. But the temple has the right to make the final decision over its fate, since it belongs to one of the 7 pillars of King Deshret. So I will challenge them head-on, and win the right to wield this power for myself, fair and square.
Oh, I'm down.
This reminds me of something Alhaitham mentioned to me just before we left. He said that the Temple of Silence was originally founded by the ruling elite of the day. Traditionally, such organizations are bound by a strict and ancient code of nobility. Kaveh has made similar observations about the desert tribes from his work trips there. He says many of them have their own internal rules. They talk about the importance of never dishonoring their tribal bonds, or the rules laid down by their ancestors. I think we could turn that to our advantage. Go back to them with a proposal of our own.
Wow, and just like that, we've turned the tables on them.
Tonari, you're so
Looks like
smart.
we have the same idea. Turn it back on them now while we still can.
Hit them with the old Uno-reverse.
That's how we win this.
Sounds good to me.
And I know just how to start the conversation. Let's go find Sethos. We'll tell him that I know a thing or two about medicine and would like to take a look at his grandfather's condition.
Dude, I love this instrument. It has such like a haunting tone. Love lift us up where we belong.
Sethos, let's talk.
Have you made up your mind?
We'll get to that, but first, I have some degree of medical training, so I was wondering if you might let me take a look at your grandfather?
I have no objections, although we do have our own doctors here. I doubt you'll be able to tell us anything we don't already know.
Doctors or faith healers?
Only one way to find out.
Follow me. Keep your voices down. We don't want to disturb him.
Let's talk outside. Bamoon has fallen into a deep coma, and his prognosis is quite grave.
Uh-oh.
I'm sure that your physicians have come to the same conclusion. He appears to have sustained a serious injury in his youth, which has been exacerbated over the years by the heavy burden of work and now by the effects of old age. Regretfully, I must inform you that, based on what I've seen with patients in a similar condition, he doesn't have long left. A few days at most.
Yeah. I've known for a long time.
You're his heir, aren't you? You clearly have a lot of respect for the man. But you also see things differently. You have a broader range of concerns and a more pragmatic approach. So tell me how we can end this on your terms. Let's find a way to bring all this to a resolution while Bamoon is still alive to see it. That's what really matters to you. I know it.
Yeah, there's no time to waste here. You know that better than anyone.
You know, the two of you are actually in a very similar predicament right now. Both of you have a very different perspective from the men who raised you.
Right. And you didn't create this situation. They did, but somehow you've ended up having to make the tough decisions.
You're right. We both look at this problem very differently than the people we inherited it from.
Oh, this reminds me, I need to look up something on Amazon.
This all
I have a lack of knitting needle stoppers.
With the right he himself.
And the local knitting store. Knitting store? Sewing and craft store.
He and his two
has none there.
By fighting over several days, winning the support of many fine people. That group of supporters were some of the first members of the Temple of Silence, and the sparring matches were enshrined as one of our founding rights, the right of duels. That's where it all began.
Sounds very fitting.
It's time to duel?
Your ties to the Temple of Silence run deep, so I will permit you to participate in this rite, along with your chosen companions.
3 against 3. Sounds good.
However, I have some additional terms. As the challengers, you must win all 3 of your fights to win. And Sino, both of us must put our Ba fragment on the line. The winner takes them both. Letting Cyrus leave with one of the Ba fragments was a mistake, made by my grandfather out of pity. It is a long-standing issue that must be addressed for the Temple of Silence to move forward. I can make no concessions on that front.
None needed. We're on the same page. If I win, the Temple of Silence must release Cyrus, and consider this past dispute resolved. If you win, I'll return my power to you.
It's a deal. Then let's meet at the ceremonial hall tomorrow evening.
He just said both people need to put their Ba fragments on the line. One person has put their Ba fragment on the line.
Well, After how that went, there's definitely no turning back now.
There never was. Turning back hasn't been an option for me since the moment the professor slipped away to return to the desert.
You have to win. You need this power, both as General Mahamatra and for yourself.
Yeah, that's right! Besides, it stayed with you ever since you were a small child. Surely that's a sign it thinks of you as its rightful owner.
Both as General Mahamatra and for myself. Yeah, when you put it that way. I've had to overcome a lot to tame this power and claim it for myself. Not everyone could have done that.
Exactly!
We'll help you say this,
The
Otis.
Traveler and I will never lose.
The Traveler might. I have not equipped them very
It
well.
was home to an ancient and great civilization that, for a variety of reasons, fell out with the civilization of the rainforest. It's just as Dia said. Prejudice has pushed people apart. But there must be personal factors at work here too. I can't shake the feeling that Bamoon cares for many more things than he lets on. And I don't think that Sethos is any kind of villain. He's just
Sethos isn't, for sure. Bamoon, maybe.
Everything will be resolved.
Wait until the next day. No. Nope, not the way.
We gather on this day to perform once more the rite of duels, with the greatest of all sages, Lord Hermanubis, as our witness, for his power and authority is present in our midst. This is our most sacred of ceremonies, and no disruption from the audience shall be tolerated. It is incumbent upon all to observe the duel with the utmost respect and reverence throughout the proceedings. Representing the Temple of Silence, the Defenders.
Grandfather, you're here.
Oh, he's awake? What the fuck, bro?
After all these years,
Go back to bed.
I am surprised by your decision, Sethos.
I know what I'm doing, Grandfather. Just leave it to me.
Representing the Academia, the Challengers.
Ready. We will fight to have our voices heard.
Warriors, take your positions and decide on the order of battle. We come not to debate what brings our challengers here, nor what will become of the defeated duelists. Duelists, the might of Hermanubis himself is at stake here. Now, fight. Fight until the rightful victor is proclaimed.
I'll go first.
Huh? Are you sure?
I agree. She's very strong. Sending her out first will definitely intimidate the opposing side.
Okay, then you're second.
Sure.
Oh?
We have decided.
I had like a sneak peek at it.
Let's begin.
Because I was like, I either buy last season's one with 50 or 60 mythic gems unlocked, or I buy the next one, enjoy your lurk, Nixie. And, like, I didn't particularly care for any of the skins apart from Hammond, and, like, I don't play ball. But I'm glad you like it, Chloe. I'm excited for next season when I get Eyeball Mercy.
Hey, you there! You better play nice with her. Paimon will make you regret it.
Can I... this button. Talents, Constellation... Weapons? Oh, she just has, like, trial shit on her.
Scatter!
Little bit too much chatter from the audience over there.
You don't get to say that about the audience.
Scatter! Propagate!
Get bloomed on.
A swift end to the first bout. I now invite the duelists of the second bout to please step forward. When you're both ready, you may begin.
Let's begin.
Watch out!
Go!
He drank plenty of water before the bout, so he should be fine.
Keep up.
Yeah. So I need you to walk over here near the blooms.
Yeah.
Oh, you're in the middle of them, surely. Nope.
Yeah.
Where are you, dude? Oh, got you.
Thus ends the second bout. We will now move to the third bout. Duelists, please step forward.
I'm ready.
So am I.
I'm ready, I'm Barry.
This is the final stage of the rite. I remind you both that the terms you agreed upon in advance are binding. When you're both ready, you may begin.
I am Sethos, vessel of Hermanubis, grandson of Bamoon, the leader of the Temple of Silence. For many years, we have kept our covenant with Lord Hermanubis by guarding the secrets of King Deshret. And even in our darkest hour, when we could not see a way forward,
You didn't guard them very well. We know all of his secrets.
but to embark on a brave new experiment.
What are you excited about in this battle pass, Chloe?
We earnestly sought Lord Hermanubis' wisdom and power, longing to see his spirit and his light descend upon us. Now, I will fight to become the rightful wielder of that power.
I am Cyno, General Mahamatra of the Academia, student and successor of Cyrus, the Sage of Spantamad. I fight in defense of my power, my professor, and my nation. And you. I think you left some things unsaid. This is a sacred duel, and Hermanubis is watching. So bare your soul.
Everyone, old and young, fit and frail, they're all waiting to see how this duel will end. My grandfather is a wise leader. He is also known to be a ruler who is not afraid to get blood on his hands. I understand his beliefs well, and I know what he expects of me. But our faith has held us back for too long. After I grew up, I went to the rainforest once, and I saw for myself the people of the city. Times have changed. The people of Sumeru are happier and more free now than in the past. I thought about this.
It's so true.
At one of the tallest points in the city, gazing down at the streets below. Then I thought of you, Sino. You and I both wield the same power. Yet the lives we lead could not be more different. Each Ba fragment of Hermanubis stands for something different. Might, glory, and one of many other secrets that have yet to be revealed. I once thought that the nature of our fragments must be what makes us so different from one another. But maybe it's that you've found your answer, and I am still searching.
Love in a hopeless
Just a
place.
warrior. I am my own person.
Hell yes, I know. Alright, chat. Before we continue on with this fight, it is time once again for a self-care ad break. This, of course, means it's time to stand up and have a stretch if you've been sitting down for a while. Move your body around, get everything flowing again. And of course, if you can't stand up, don't worry. Stay seated, adjust your posture. I'm gonna run 3 minutes of ads, get rid of the pre-rolls, help the stream out with discoverability. And then I'll be back. Thank you all, though, so much for hanging out. Appreciate you. Hello. You get back in your nest. Cover you up. Here you go. Sorry, that took a few minutes. But we're back. Let's continue on with this epic fight scene. Why are these flashing red? I don't understand. We have our two little guys. Oh, they run off biofuel. Can we spare parts into biofuel somehow? Oh, I get it. Okay. I'll have to, like, let him do his thing. Come back to that later.
The name Hermanubis has left its mark on both of us, shaped the course of our lives. We are his vessels, and yet we are more besides. So show me your answer, Sino. Show me I can be more than my faith, more than the power I wield. Show me the person I can become!
Show me the meaning of being lonely.
Bring it on!
Alright. Oh. Dude, when the furries get into a fist fight, this is fucking sick.
That's all you've got? What happened to searching for your answer?
Oh, he's goading him? He dismissed the claws? Oh, stick fight time?
Fight's over. Do you yield?
You won.
Well then, looks like you found your answer.
I give his glory to you.
Ooh. Sino lore power up?
I've seen that light. That is the light of our Lord, the great Hermanubis, priest over all other priests. His spirit dwells within that lightning, and his will lives on. Once a warrior of Tynar, he emerged from the barren desert sands to serve the god king Al-Ahmar. After the death of the god king, Hermanubis gathered his followers and the Tynarian priests and led them to the city of Tule-Tula. There, they founded the Temple of Silence, and from that day forth, we became stewards of all knowledge that survived from King Deshret's civilization. Barely a century passed before war ravaged the desert. One by one, Eremite leaders took up arms against each other in battles that would devour what little remained of their civilization.
Kinda stupid of them.
Only the wise city of Tule-Tula was spared under the guiding hand of the Tynarians. But peace did not last.
You mean Tynari is named after a whole ass people?
The beasts set their eyes on Tule-Tula. The king of Gurabad laid siege to the city and ordered the sages to surrender to him the Temple of Silence as proof of his victory. The ruling elite colluded with their oppressors, betraying the temple so as to hold on to their rule over the city.
Oh my god, classic politicians.
They declared that the knowledge guarded by the temple was the true cause of corruption. These were dark days, and we faced enemies on all sides. Our lord had long since exhausted his strength, keeping the forbidden knowledge introduced by King Deshret at bay. To ensure the temple's continued survival, he broke his being into many pieces and began the ceremony of Hermanubis' legacy, bestowing his power upon his mortal followers.
Oh.
With this power, the temple was able to defeat the tyrant's army. Yet, we were not hailed as heroes. Strange and unfamiliar as this power was, it struck fear into the people's hearts and drove them to reject us. In the end, the people of the temple and the Tule-Tula Tynarians left the city for good and made their way to the rainforest. What followed next was inevitable. The elite of Tule-Tula fell and were decimated. War engulfed the desert.
07, the desert.
From place to place, always in hiding, all the while keeping close watch over our secrets and staying true to our mission. Betrayal forced us out of the desert and into the forest. Then mistrust drove us from the forest into the desert once more. We have lived in exile for far, far too long. Yet, today, the Temple of Silence has borne witness to the glory of Hermanubis once more. Thank you.
Okay, but like, I don't know if the temple is coming back, bro.
Grandfather.
Hey, Sethos.
Go 7, old man. Rest well.
I'll miss him.
Sure, I'm sorry for his loss.
Prepared for this. It's been a long time coming, huh?
Yeah, he's been on death's door for a very long time now. I think it was only through sheer willpower that he managed to hold on to this point. At least, he was able to see this chapter come to a close before he passed.
What's next for you?
Per my grandfather's last wishes, the Temple of Silence should submit to whoever possesses the largest number of Hermanubis fragments. That entitles you to be our new leader, Sino.
But that's never going to work, as I'm sure you realize. I'm the General Mahamatra. I am needed back at the Academia. I did foresee this possibility, and I gave it some thought. The fact is, I know next to nothing about the staff, records, and environment here. As such,
he gives it up to old mate.
Leader, Sethos. I believe the honor should go to you. Were it not for this duel, or indeed if you had other intentions, the Ba fragments would most likely be in your hands by now. I'm sure Bamoon never meant for anyone but you to be his successor.
You really think so?
I do.
I mean, kind of obvious.
Still, I didn't think Bamoon looked very surprised by the final result. Perhaps he had an inkling that this would be the way things end.
Well, in any case, since the Ba fragments are with me now, I guess I can call the shots. Sethos, I would like you to succeed Bamoon as the new leader of the Temple of Silence. You are more suited to the role than I, and I have complete faith that you will be an excellent leader. Just think of it as doing me a favor.
But doesn't that render everything that we've been through up to now meaningless?
No?
No, it doesn't. This experience has allowed us to become friends, which means that the Academia and the Temple of Silence will become partners once more.
Ooh, like maybe.
You said yourself, times have changed. You have to believe that things can change for the better here at the temple too.
I will try. To be honest, I couldn't have asked for a better outcome.
Actually, part of me wonders whether Bamoon's intentions from the very beginning was just to create enough pressure to force us towards a duel. That way, no matter who won, one of us would have to surrender our Ba fragment, and the power of Hermanubis would be concentrated in one single person. Had you won, the Temple of Silence would have doubled its strength. And were I to win, he correctly anticipated that I wouldn't suddenly drop everything to become the leader of the temple, much less integrate the temple into the Academia.
What a wily old man.
He knew that the temple's future would depend not just on the guidance of Hermanubis, but the support of the Academia too. So he made it his responsibility to ensure his successor would be free from the burdens of the past.
Instead, he could have just like
plan meant that whoever ended up
approached the Academia and gone, "Hey,
interacting with the Academia." With one
here's the
single letter,
situation.
he lured out the professor. No matter what happened after that, it would result in a net benefit to the temple.
And here I thought the General Mahamatra wouldn't care for all these trivial details. You're absolutely right. Grandfather and I considered this from every angle. We had to find a way to mend our relationship with the Academia. In that sense, the right of duels was just a means to an end. Thank you for everything, Sino. As a gesture of our gratitude, to those
Cobloxian? What a username. Thank you so much for the follow, friend.
Access to the Temple of Silence for their pursuit of knowledge. The Temple of Silence has a wealth of information on King Deshret's civilization, more than any other organization in existence today. In times when you need information that only we can provide, we will be here to support you. But you must be exceedingly careful with your selection of candidates. lest you lead humanity to repeat.
Why, thank you. I try my best to cultivate only the best vibes.
Tighnari, my grandfather was so happy to see you. You are a
Please tell me the story of your username, though. That's so interesting.
to the will of Hermanubis. The story goes that King Deshret
I genuinely almost thought it was like a
Tighnarians and appointed him
bot
as his
account.
familiar. He went on to fight many valiant battles with his Tighnarian companions. They always stood by each other, from the founding of the Temple of Silence to the fall of Tuletula. The Tighnarians who left Tuletula joined their human counterparts in the rainforest. A few centuries later, when some of the group returned to the desert, many of the Tighnarians chose to stay and put down roots in the rainforest.
Makes sense. They're much more suited to it.
Those were your ancestors.
How fascinating. My father once mentioned
Fair.
that it was named after the Tighnarians, but I never knew that my forebears had such a history with the Temple of Silence.
I like this story.
By the way, has anyone seen Cyrus?
Yes, Cyrus. You'll probably find him in my grandfather's room. He wouldn't show it in front of me, but I think he still has many fond memories of my grandfather.
Cyrus misses his buddy.
Your grandfather really planned for everything to turn out this way. Then I guess he didn't really resent Cyrus as much as he appeared to.
Who knows?
I mean, he did almost break his kneecaps.
You, me, and Cyrus. We're all just pawns in my grandfather's plan to set things straight. He was awful like that.
Someone's got to make the decisions when history is at a crossroads. I will make a detailed report on all of this to Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Very good.
And arrange for an official delegation from the Academia to come and meet you in the desert. I'm sure you'll have lots to attend to in the days ahead. But once things return to normal, please come and visit the rainforest again. You should stay for a few days this time, and start to build some relationships. If we're going to work together, both sides have to get to know one another better.
True. No more of this skulking around in bars, buddy.
Bye for now, everyone. I'll be seeing you.
See you soon. Come hang out with us anytime.
Best of luck to you, Sethos. Sethos. The next location is currently involved in other quests. Few details. I guess we have to do this. Who do we have to beat in a game of cards? Alright, this one's not... See, these ones, understandably, way more of them, not so much world building, don't need to be voice acted. We'll go here. Get our reward from the guild. On the way.
Ad Astra Abbot. Thank you for completing.
Into the cafe. Hello? Sure. We skip through this. Hi, Sino. Are we gonna have a card duel, or is this about something else? Was that a good enough photo? Oh, he's gonna play someone else. Boo! I wanted to fight Sino. Oh my god. Free chess?
Things are going a little too smoothly today.
Alright, James. Calm your booba. I wonder what determines, like, the location.
Desert alone at your age. What if you take the bucket,
Ooh.
You told not a soul what you were up to, designated nobody to handle your affairs, and left everyone scrambling frantically to try and figure out how on earth to clean up the colossal mess you'd made.
Oh, please, will you stop your yelling? What other choice did I have?
What do you mean, what other choice? Do you mean to tell me that after all your years of learning, and sagehood no less, the only idea you could conjure up in that white-haired walnut of yours was to shoot off into the unknown like some hot-headed 20-year-old adventurer? A one-man suicide mission, That's the best idea that one of the finest minds of a generation could come up with, is it?
He's really daring into him.
That you survived the journey, and you're lucky that Ba Moon didn't finish you off when you arrived.
All right, all right. Honestly, the way you're going off on me, it's like you wish you'd been there to lend him a hand. Does it mean nothing to you that I'm your colleague and former classmate?
That's why he's worried about you.
What's the point of berating an old bag of bones?
What do you mean, bag of bones? I'm a flesh-and-blood hero who, despite his old age, saved our General Mahamatra from being stripped of his powers.
You did no such thing?
Fine, I admit it, I was in the wrong. How can I make it up to you? What about, a month's work at the Academia?
1 month? Try 3.
Inari's master is really laying into Cyrus.
Giving him the old what for?
Give them a wide berth.
Professor brought this on himself. Don't pay any attention to him.
Wow, I haven't seen Master get this riled up in a long time.
He must have been very worried.
Out like this must have been back when I was still a student.
I think I'll go around and update everyone. Tell them the situation's resolved.
Okay, Sino. Good luck.
Come with me. We can go for dinner afterwards. My treat. You in?
Makes sense. I'm in.
Oh, a cute date with Sino and Tainari. Oh, and us? Okay, damn.
Let's go!
Headcanon ruined. No, Paimon, no one wants to eat dinner with you. You're noisy and you eat all the food.
Hey, Kale.
You're back!
Well, look who we have here. Would you mind explaining to me what has been going on this past few days?
Hi, Farazan.
Ran off into the desert and got embroiled in a major catastrophe.
Yep.
All taken care of.
That does not answer my question. How could you be so careless? That goes for you as well. Yes, and you too. When you run into problems, you really ought to ask for help, you know? I've been around the block.
They did.
Don't you think it would have made sense to involve me?
No.
And let's not forget, I know the desert like the back of my hand.
Now would not be a good time to attempt to argue with Farazan.
You're right.
We don't need to argue with her.
It's not the first time that
Sino sought the help of his friends.
You need to learn that there are times when the right thing to do is get a more experienced member of staff involved. Do I make myself clear? Because if you don't,
Kale, please do something.
He's giving me the signal. Alright, guess it's time to play my ace in the hole.
Oh, what's Kale gonna do?
Say, Madame Farazan, I can see you're pretty upset, but I was just wondering, remember that time you offered to give me a tour of the academia? Does that offer still stand?
Oh?
wait, did I hear that right?
Appeal to her ego?
You remember? Wonderful. Well, of course the offer still stands. Come on.
W Kale.
We'll show you around the old classrooms.
Have fun, Kale.
Kale getting dragged off like that. Also, check out Farazan acting like some sort of official academia tour guide.
Kale, cup.
Huh? What? Oh, right!
What do you mean, cup? You need a cup. I can get you a cup.
Oh, it's nothing. Just Master's way of reminding me to stay hydrated while I'm out and about.
Good idea. What a cute code word. I wonder what it really means.
It's code for let's reconvene at the cafe. Tainari and I used it while we were in school, and it's become something of a family tradition now.
Ah.
Kind of fun.
Mm-hmm. 2 people left. Let's bring them along too.
2 people left? Sino, where'd you go? Oh, excuse me, big yawn.
Am I hallucinating? Or do I see
No, you're Sino.
engaged in diligent studying?
We're just reorganizing all the books we used. Look, there's a whole mountain of them.
There's no rush. Nobody reads these books anyway. My sincere thanks to you both.
Yes, with your help, we resolved the issue rather swiftly and painlessly. And the outcome was better than we could have hoped for.
I see.
The husbands can join us if they want, surely.
It's a rather unique means of self-preservation. It explains how they managed to remain hidden for so many years.
And it sounds like they managed to preserve a whole load of ancient documents as well. I'd love to go check those out if I ever had the chance.
That day will come. The Temple of Silence is a hugely important organization, and we'll be sure to maintain good relations with them in the future.
That's the
Now, as a
plan.
token of my appreciation, I'd like to treat everyone to coffee.
Sounds good.
Yeah, sounds great. Although after the last few days, I don't know if I can handle another coffee. But I can just order something else.
So true.
Let's go.
Shine down.
Wrong button.
Maybe I'll borrow something.
Any other ones? Might have to come back here later. Oh, is this not the stairs up? Silly berry. Who's our last person? Oh, Dea? We say hi to Dea? Racing line. Oh, ooh, what's this? Were the last two people just Carve and Alhaitham? Is there any hidden things on this roof that I may have missed? No chesticles.
And then the Traveler just pounced on their opponent and knocked him right out cold. Then there was Tainari. He put up an amazing fight too. We ended up winning all 3 bouts. Whoa. Part of me wishes I'd been there to see it, but I'd have been biting my nails off worrying about you guys.
Don't worry about it, we will find.
Of the events. Bereft of detail, but it has livened up the room all the same.
Hey, Paimon included all the juicy details. The Traveler just pounced and then waved their sword like this, then spun around and blocked.
Despite winning 3 bouts in a row, you still ceded the position of leader to him. That's very dignified of you, Sino.
Of course. Being dignified comes with being a true champion.
I got to be a champion too for once. I've not sparred much with desert folk before. It was a pretty unique experience.
I'm glad you had fun.
Yeah, huge place. It felt like something right out of an epic poem. Imagine this. It was like there was...
Oh.
Maybe save that one for later, Paimon. Dessert's here.
Ooh, dessert. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
I think that'll do me for today.
Shall we stop off at the House of Dana again before heading home? We should probably finish putting all those books back.
My thoughts exactly. See you around.
Have fun. Bye-bye.
I should get going as well. See you all later. Make sure you get some good rest.
You literally just said you were leaving with your husband.
I need to go say thanks to the Core 30 for their help. Also, Sir Nephis says he wanted to introduce me to some of the Academia's work processes. So, I gotta dash too.
Have fun, Kale.
Kale's come a long way. She's much more confident at dealing with other people these days.
Everyone's a work in progress.
Good for her.
Never stop learning.
Yeah.
Good
True.
for you, you look happy and healthy, not me if you ever care to ask. Good for you, you're doing great out there without me, baby. God, I wish that I could do that.
That was good. It feels like everything's finally wrapped up now. Life is all about these moments when you can finally relax and hang out with good friends after a job well done.
Not all about, but like, these are some of the better times.
Really good. Paimon definitely needs more of those.
Do you three have anything planned for the rest of the day?
Technically, yes.
Would you come somewhere with me?
Of course.
That's a secret for now. Wouldn't want to spoil the surprise.
Ooh.
I think I can guess what you're talking about. It'll definitely be a nice surprise.
Well, now Paimon's curious. Come on, let's go.
Oh, this guy has a thing we can grab. And some other things back here. I'd like something made, question mark? Yoinkies? Oh, I forgot we had the, patterns for those. It's like steal all his spare books and shit. Oh, are we going up the tall tree? I've already been up there. I think there was an Oculus.
Been a while since I last made my way up here.
Wow, look at this place! We're so high up!
Need any help?
We're so high, high above you.
It's a nice spot, isn't it?
What a great view! We're so high up, we can see for miles!
Traveler,
That's me.
turn around.
Turn around, bright eyes. Ooh, pretty.
This is my secret base. Somewhere I only bring my best friends. When I was a student, I used to slip away and climb up here all the time, just to clear my head. I was quite young then, and hadn't made too many friends yet. Back then, I had a lot of the same questions that Sethos was asking. Who am I? Why do I have this power? And what should I be fighting for? Our gifts help us to find our rightful place in the world. That was my experience. And I'm sure Sethos will figure things out in his own time, too.
As long as Hermanubis' powers endures, you will remain inextricably linked to the temple.
You two really are like brothers.
I feel the same way.
You're a true champion now.
Of course. I see no need to be humble when it comes to the facts.
I still remember one time when we came up here to chat and do our homework. Sino accidentally dropped a fruit. Luckily, he has fast reflexes, so he caught it just in time.
That was the one and only time. Nothing will ever slip through my fingers again.
Those were good times. I kinda miss the student life.
You know, Paimon really shouldn't be able to imagine Sino doing something like that, but for some strange reason,
Alright,
the
chat.
mental image is coming through clear as day.
Rude. I have to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back in just a tick. Alright, let's continue.
Then make it stop. There's
Like
somebody
a lot
there.
of tea and coffee today.
It's Professor Cyrus.
Hi, Cyrus.
You guys carry on without me. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hey, you're not supposed to jump down. Be careful.
Goodbye. Oh, Sino's going? Okay.
Oh my days. I can't believe how stupid I look in this one.
Professor, what are you muttering to yourself about?
Sino, just the man I'm looking for. Guess what I found in some old notebooks?
Some old photos?
Can you believe?
Look at the sleeping Sino. He's having a nap.
A pile of odds and ends in the sage's office. I must have forgotten to take it with me, and no one's touched it since. It was still right there. I was at the Academia earlier to discuss my workload with Nephis. I swung by the old office to have a look around and just happened to cross it. Well,
how convenient.
Look how tiny you are in this picture. Still a kid.
Look, he's still tiny in real life.
Ah, it's this one. I remember that. Lisa took it, didn't she?
Yep. Looks like her work, all right. Who else could have found just the right angle to make me look so unbelievably hideous?
And this one. Looks like we're both dozing off.
Oh, cheeky girl. Taking secret photos of us without our knowledge.
Is there something you'd like to say to me, Professor?
It's like right up her alley.
Like what? Like, these are good photos, aren't they? Hey, at moments like this, I hardly know where to begin. I can't pretend I'm a good person. Bamoon had every reason to despise me. And well, so do you.
He was also not a good person, experimenting on children.
Don't be ridiculous, you old codger.
Is that not what you wanted me to say? Oh, I've dreamt of that place many times after leaving the desert. Sometimes I've dreamed that I was doing research with them again. And other times, I dream of the day they saved my life.
Save my life. Ain't it around?
We all learned so much from one another. You've matured so much over the years, I know.
Since you're my professor, I should save you some face by not calling you out on all the non-answers you just gave. So, I will do the right thing and keep my mouth shut.
Good
no,
thinking.
Call him the fuck out.
Advice next time. Seriously, why bully an old man like me? I thought heroes were supposed to be gracious. Hey, wait, how did I not notice this one earlier?
Lisa strikes again. Just how many did she take?
Look.
Oh, that's a good one.
Little. I remember how well-mannered you were back then, too.
Yeah, and look how serious and professional you used to be.
Oh,
fucking got him.
I can't compete with you anymore. First you get better than me at the deadpan jokes, and now you're besting me at those little quips, too.
Shade throwing champion, that's Sino.
I still have a lot of respect for you.
That's more like it. Hey, what would you say to meeting up with Lisa again sometime?
I'd like that. Let's find a time and pay her a visit in Mondstadt.
All right, I'll add it to my schedule. Let's go next week. Wait, no. Next week is the tomato growing competition. I have got to beat Zaha.
What do you mean the competition for growing tomatoes?
Professor.
Hey, gardening is a real hobby. How dare you, Sino? Alright, Sino chapter 2 down. Oh, wrong one. Rosa Multiflora 1. We're gonna do that one anyway, right? It's... Oh, is it further down somewhere? Oh, it's this one. Okay. I would assume it's from here?
Well, if it isn't my dear partners.
That voice!
Hey girl, hey! Oh, before we continue on. Sorry to do this so soon after a rush off to the bathroom, but chat, it is once again time for a self-care ad break. Perhaps this is a time that you could use to stand up, go to the bathroom, take care of your body in the ways you do, and of course, if you can't stand up, don't worry, stay seated. Maybe have a little bit of a screen break. I'm gonna run 3 minutes of ads, get rid of the pre-rolls, help the stream out with discoverability, then we'll be back. Thank you though for hanging out, appreciate you. welcome on in. My day's been good. Thank you so much for asking. What about yours?
I didn't expect to run into you guys.
Thank
here
you.
today.
This one
Are you headed somewhere?
we got from an op shop, and this one I made myself.
How about you, Navia? Are you still busy rebuilding Poisson?
We've wrapped up most of the rebuilding, but there are still a few things left to take care of. Stocking up on materials, confirming construction timelines, discussing compensation terms with families affected by the disaster. Between all of that, I've been making a lot of trips between the court and Poisson. Well, though the victims have received relief payments from the court, in my opinion, as the administrators of Poisson, Spina di Rosula should take some responsibility as well. Our financial situation right now isn't the best, so all we've been doing is signing agreements for the damages to be repaid at a later date. They're just pieces of paper now. They demonstrate our commitment. They're necessary to restore the people's faith in us.
Oh, good that you've checked off some things.
You're a really responsible leader.
Getting things done and all that. Would you like a cheese and bacon ball as a reward?
You
They're very nice.
Between that and all the other errands I have to run at the court, I'm always forgetting one thing or another. So before I came over this time, I took a page from Melusa's book and decided to make a list of everything. This way, it's easy
Here you
to see
go.
which tasks you haven't checked off. And then, since Melus loved using shorthand, I decided to also follow his example and come up with some shorthand of my own. But after running a few errands in the city, I'm kind of struggling to even read my own handwriting anymore.
Oh my lord.
That does sound like you, all right. So what kind of shorthand did you use?
Oh, wanna take a look?
Let Paimon see. Wait. There's nothing here but a bunch of weird symbols. This looks like a piece of kelp wrapped around a stick. And this other one, is it supposed to be a boar in a box?
The first one has to do with confirming the final payment amount for the fishermen, while the second one is a reminder to try the new burger that just hit the market.
Okay, Paimon can
Ooh.
might forget what each of these mean.
That sounds delicious.
Thank you for your advice. These are the kinds of things you only really figure out once you've tried them out yourself. I thought that as long as I understood my shorthand when I came up with it, I'd be sure to remember the symbols when I looked at them later. Unfortunately, I've definitely proven myself wrong.
Well, now you know for next time.
Anyway, I should have already taken care of most of the things on the list. There are still a few symbols that I can't decipher, but I don't think they're anything too
It's full of salt and fat.
Worst comes to worst, I'll just make another trip.
So you're going to head back now?
The two things that make life worth living.
That's the plan. Oh, actually, since we talked about the reconstruction earlier, want to come with me and check out the town for yourself?
Sure thing, Navia.
You said you don't have any plans, right? So we can just catch a boat and head over. It won't take long at all.
Can we just teleport there? It'll be faster.
Paimon doesn't see why not. What do you think, Traveler?
Then let's go. We'll take a boat over.
Oh, you mean the Aquabus, right? Like the Clementine line?
Oh, sorry. I meant our own boat. The Aquabus doesn't have a station near Poisson, so we'll use one of the Spina's boats. All right, follow me. I'll take you there.
That's why you always see people, like, chefs going, no, don't cut the fat out, don't wash it off, don't do all of that. It's the part where the flavor comes from.
Paimon has always wanted to ask. The 3 Aquabus lines are all named...
I have no idea why humans like salt so much, though, but, like, we do.
That's right. Callus and Navia are self-explanatory, while Clementine was the name that my mother went by.
If you provided the Mora to build the lines, then why isn't there even a dedicated line to Poisson?
No, I don't think pigs think that.
Yet you still have to take a special boat just to go home. Paimon doesn't get it.
Well, what I heard is that most of our businesses don't actually use Poisson as a hub, so there was no real reason to build a line straight to Poisson.
Maybe.
You are right that it is a bit strange, though. If you've already committed to build 3 lines, why not just add a 4th?
Because it's expensive?
Yeah, that's what Paimon's saying. The Aquabus is so convenient, it's really a huge shame.
Well, it is what it is. You know what my father was like. Even I often struggled to figure out what was going on in his head. But that would only be the case if he cared about what others thought. My father was always really stubborn. Once he made up his mind, good luck getting him to change it. From what I've heard, the rights of all the other members of the Spina only went as far as giving him advice or suggestions, and no farther. That included my mother, too.
Huh.
Very
Well,
frilly.
that's why you weren't on the greatest of terms with him.
Yeah, because I wouldn't just let him keep getting his way. He was just... not very agreeable.
Boss,
I love her hat so much, though.
All right, then let's head out.
That was so good.
It'll be a while before we get to Poisson. Let's keep talking.
Navia, what was your mother like as a person? Oh, Paimon, sorry. She totally forgot that you mentioned before that she passed away during childbirth, so you probably don't remember her anymore.
Paimon, that's, like, very
That's
inconsiderate.
all right. I've heard many stories about her from the rest of the Spina. They've always said that they were sure we would have gotten along famously. While my papa was stiff like a board, my mother was supposedly super cheerful and funny. Their complementary personalities allowed them to make up for each other's flaws. My father would run the businesses and expand our reach, while my mother would keep the peace and make sure that everyone was happy. Their work made sure that the Spina could grow and thrive.
Sounds like they were not just a well-matched couple, but fantastic business partners as well.
Yeah, but those are just stories and anecdotes after all. It's hard for me to piece together a more complete or intimate picture of her. But sometimes, I'd still look at the Clementine line and wonder, would the Spina and Poisson still be what they are today had my mother survived? Silver once said that a name is a kind of inscription, a way to etch a memory into the world. When given a name, a cold, inanimate object can gain a completely new meaning. So, I will always associate the line with her in my heart. Over the past few weeks, I've also begun to appreciate how water can take in and hold our most intense feelings and memories, as well as how one
Yeah, but that's because this water is magical.
the sea. I've lost many beloved people and memories to the sea.
I agree with you too as well, Blue.
Even though I cannot stop for them and must continue to keep moving, the fact won't change that they existed in my life and gave me the reason and motivation to move forward. Of course, I still haven't really gotten used to a life without them. But
That was her two
I
butlers.
need to keep looking towards the future. Everyone, even my parents, have already overcome so many obstacles. Besides, I'm the president of Spina di Rosula. I've got to keep my chin up. Ah, we've reached the shore. Let's go. I'll show you the new poisson.
Alright, off we go.
Navia, do you think she's doing alright?
She seems to be managing.
Okay. Paimon supposes you're right. She's really been through a lot. It couldn't have been easy shouldering so much by herself.
Oh, here we go.
Hey, traveler.
Hi, Lenny.
Oh, Paimon knows that voice!
Hi, gay.
Over here. To borrow one of the more popular turns of phrase at the moment, this appears to be quite the fated reunion. Running into you two out of the blue like this has really made my day. I certainly wasn't expecting it.
You can say that again. What brings you to Poisson? Wait, Paimon's got it! You must be here for one of your magic shows, right?
Actually, we've run into a bit of
Oh, you must be in a good mood.
So Father arranged for us to stay in Poisson for the time being.
Oh, are Lynette and Fremine here too?
Yep, along with most of the other members of the House of the Hearth. You may have noticed Poisson seems a bit more crowded than usual.
So you're saying nearly the entire organization has moved to Poisson? Sounds like you've run into way more than just a bit of trouble.
Whoopsies.
What's going on?
Well... Since the two of you are so curious, perhaps I can fill in the
Hello, Walakino.
You scared Paimon half to death!
Father, you're here.
I love her heels.
On second thought, maybe we don't need to know. It's all probably super confidential House of the Hearth stuff, right? We totally weren't trying to pry or anything.
No need to be nervous. I could sense your genuine concern from your conversation just now. Of course, I can also understand your confusion. Sending so many Fatui here to Poisson, it's only natural that some might suspect an ulterior motive to be involved. I understand. I'm well aware you've had your fair share of confrontations with the Fatui in the past, and I can't exactly guarantee that we'll remain on good terms in the future. As for right now, however, I would say we have little reason to be at odds, wouldn't you agree?
I guess I'll take a temporary truce.
Could stand to be more open with those who have worked so closely with us in the past. As for the issue at hand, well, it hardly relates to any ulterior motive. To be frank, it all stems from a certain rumor circulating around the House of the Hearth. It's an internal matter.
What sort of rumor?
A rumor that a certain phantom child is hiding away in the House of the Hearth.
Oh, not this again.
A phantom child? Ooh, just hearing the name is giving Paimon the creeps.
A spirit that should have long ceased to exist is lurking in the shadows of the House of the
I
Hearth.
swear we've already been through
I
this.
decided to bring the children to Poisson before continuing to investigate the situation. I expect I should be able to track down the spirit fairly quickly. After that, it's just a matter of resolving the situation, if you will. It shouldn't be much trouble at all. If you're curious, or if you still have some concerns, it might be advisable to stick around for a few days. I'm sure the children would be exceedingly pleased to welcome some visitors. Lenny,
Isn't this Navia's story?
Guests. I have some matters to attend to.
Of course, Father.
I don't really keep a track of these kind of things. Yeah, why would we stick around for a couple of days?
It has long been a dream of mine to invite you to our home and introduce you to my other siblings. You're quite well known in the organization already. A lot of people have been talking about you, especially after everything with the prophecy. If you're willing, why don't you stay a while and have a little chat with us?
Alright. We don't have anything else to do right now anyway. But let's be clear, we're just gonna be there as guests, okay? Don't get any funny... Oh, wait a second.
Fair.
Yes, that probably means we'll be treated to lots of yummy food, right?
Of course. During our stay in Poisson, we've been helping out the locals with some fishing. We bring in quite the bounty every day. In fact, today's the perfect chance for me to show you what I can do in the kitchen. Let's go. I'll take
fishing.
you to where we're staying.
Good luck typing up things, Blue. Oh my lord, I thought that was the same thing as Navia. Different quest line we started. That's why it was those three. I was wondering where it was leading.
Boss, you're back! Traveler in Paimon, welcome back to Poisson.
Oh, hey! Fancy seeing you again, Florent. Is it your turn to take care of Navia now?
Hey, I can totally take care of myself. For the time being,
Undeniably.
without any attendance. We did hand over some of Malus's old responsibilities to Florent, though. It's been really nice to have him around to help out.
Thank you for the compliment, boss. As you see, I've been working closely with the boss on rebuilding Poisson. Mr. Malus was an extremely capable and respected member of the Spina. I've got some really big shoes to fill.
All right. There's no need to be so formal. Everyone's practically old friends by now. Were you waiting here for me? Did we manage to make any progress on the statue?
Yeah, we contacted a sculptor about the job, but they can't get started on sourcing a correctly sized block without knowing the design that we want to use first.
You're commissioning a statue?
Ooh.
So, basically, we've been meaning to commission a statue of my parents in commemoration of everything they've done for the Spina and the town of Poisson. But since my father was known as Callus the Unfaithful for the longest time, it would have been too controversial to commission a statue of him. But now that his name has been cleared, and the town is also being rebuilt, I thought this would be the perfect chance to actually realize this dream.
Maybe.
The funds to build the statue were freely donated by the people of Poisson to show their appreciation for Miss Clementine and Mr. Callus and everything they did.
Me? I'm just the newbie president that's running around and causing everyone trouble.
But also you've done a lot?
Maybe we can have this conversation again in a few decades, once I've done more for the town and the people.
Hey, there's no need to be so humble.
Crazy.
Just help save the entire country.
I agree wholeheartedly. I also believe that Boss should have a place on the statue.
Hey, if you keep inflating my ego like this, I might just float off into the sky with my parasol.
Oh, goodbye.
Just kidding. There's no way that I'd accept that kind of compliment at face value. At a minimum, I'd have to match what my father did for the people. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I just don't think I'm ready yet. Anyway, Florent, now it's up to us to confirm the final design, right?
Mm-hmm. We can ask the sculptor to start looking for a good block once we've decided on the poses for Miss Clementine and Mr. Callus. But we haven't had any real discussions yet on the possible designs. I feel like I should get a few promising designs first, and then send them over to you to review.
There's no need for all that. Let's decide on a design right now. Hey, you! Come over here with me.
Oh. What are you doing?
Modeling a few poses, of course. Here, just pretend to be Callus, and I'll be Clementine.
That's,
Didn't you say on the boat that Callus and Clementine sounded like great partners? Well, then there's no one better to fill this role than my most valuable partner. Florent, let's grab some reference shots.
Oh, we're
Got
dancing.
it, boss. I'll go get the camera.
Dance, dance.
Well, what do you think? Got any ideas? Well, I've actually discussed it a bit with Florent before, but I could never come up with any fresh or original ideas.
Well, you don't need a fresh or original idea. It's just a statue.
Already kind of set in stone. So, I want to pick your brain for a bit and see if you can come up with some new and interesting ideas.
I'm all good here, boss. Feel free to start posing whenever.
Happy pose.
You mean something like we were laughing together at a funny joke?
Sure, why not?
Would all that be able to come through with just a picture?
Would we even be able to tell what they are supposed to be laughing about?
Yeah, and that'd probably be a massive pain to sculpt as well.
Can one of you try striking a pose like you're talking while the other one laughs? That actually sounds pretty hard to pull off. Forget it, let's try something else.
What about looking into the distance?
By that, do you mean as if we were standing on a boat and looking out at the sea? Sure, let's give that a try.
Whoa, you really remind Paimon of a captain and their first mate. Look over there, my dear Clementine. As you can see, every tree on that island is dripping with mora fruit.
But there's something off with the composition. This pose makes Mr. Callus look too tall next to the lady.
Oh, I see what you mean. Then let's swap.
Well, Paimon is a fan.
Oh.
A statue like this would look fantastic on a boat.
Wait, but we can't do that. Very few people would see the statue if we were to put it on a boat. This statue is meant to be placed in the town.
But then, since we're putting it in the town, the whole point of the pose would be lost.
Oh, okay. We'll try to think of something else.
Imposing, huh? Oh, I've got it. Let's try this.
This pose! It makes me recall Spina di Rosula's glorious golden age.
But isn't Clementine's pose a bit too bold and heroic? Was she really that kind of person? If we were to stick with this pose, maybe people would wonder if she was actually the real boss behind the scenes.
What's wrong with that?
Tabloids did indeed speculate as much back in the day, but the Spina pulled a few strings and made both the report and the journalist disappear.
Oh, that's a bit monka.
Please don't make Paimon disappear.
What Florent meant was that we asked the journalist to choose a new alias. You're right, though. That
Oh
this
no.
may not accurately represent the image of her in our hearts. Let's try to come up with something else.
Maybe you could open a text document while you're on the video call and tap away on that instead.
We tried a bunch of different ideas, but none of them felt right.
Unsurprisingly.
It's all out of brain juice now, too.
Oh, don't worry.
Me on the
We
average
still got
day.
a lot of reference shots out of the session, and each of them can be considered to be a souvenir in their own right. Let's just keep the ideas we tried as backups. Man, if I knew I was going to do a photo shoot with the Traveler, I would have prepared a lot of outfits and props ahead of time. Oh, outfits! Oh, that's the errand I forgot back in the city. Do either of you still remember that girl? The girl I went to see with you two. Her name is Adele.
Nope, sorry.
She was the one that we met while investigating Mr. Callus.
Ain't no problems.
Yes, that's exactly who I'm talking about. So, after the case, she was finally willing to talk to me, and she told me that she wanted to join the Spina too. I said that it's fine, but young children are not allowed to join the Spina. She will just have to wait a few years, and then we'll welcome her with open arms. Since she's still a child, though, she thought I was just trying to let her down gently. But how could I get her to believe that I meant what I said? In the end, I came up with an idea. I'd have a Spina uniform made and give it to her as a gift. But I got so busy and distracted in the city that I forgot to pick the uniform up. So
I have a feeling we're going to have to go get it.
I can send someone to pick it up right away.
On the matter of the statue, we should still come up with a few more ideas for the design. I'll have to trouble you to source some for me.
We could have just done that from the start. Yeah, you're right. They'll have some value as souvenirs at least.
Damn, that's capitalism for you. Always trying to give something a value.
Navia! Florent, guess who's back?
Huh? But aren't you supposed to...
Oh, well, if it isn't Coulter. Back already from the Fortress of Meripede?
That's right. I finally finished serving my time. Gotta say, turns out I was a lot tougher than I thought. After I got out, I immediately made a beeline back to Poisson. You could say that familiar, briny smell became a primal call, urging me to forget everything else and just come back home. You wouldn't believe how much I've missed Melissa's grilled fish.
Welcome back then.
I dreamed about it every time I had to get a welfare meal down there underneath the sea.
It's good to have you back, Coulter. You look as well as ever.
Ooh, big yawn. Excuse me.
This guy is...
Let me introduce you. This is Coulter, another of Spina di Rosula's members. He was found guilty and sentenced to the Fortress of Meripede some time ago. But, looking at it now, it was probably another one of Marcel's plots while he worked at the Confrérie of Cabrières.
Wait, Mr. Marcel? What do you mean? He was involved in some sort of plot?
Yep.
Have you not heard anything at all about the water from the...
He's been in jail. Oh my lord.
I know that Fontaine got flooded, but then the water levels miraculously receded. I thought that was all there was to it and didn't care to ask for any more details. Do you mean Mr. Marcel was somehow involved with all that?
Oh, looks like we'll have to explain everything from the top. That case, a lot of things have happened in Poisson since then. First things first, let me introduce you to these two. They're my most trusted partners, and they've been with me through thick and thin. Now you could call
That's
them
us.
Spina di Rosula's VIP helpers.
Oh, nice to meet you. I don't recall Navia ever generously complimenting anyone like that before. So you must be pretty amazing to get that from her.
I would say so, yes.
We are indeed pretty amazing. But we've been cool since before...
Well, that's because we're doing story side quests. When you're, like, actively playing the game, most of the things that are happening is exploration and combat.
Humble again as always, I see. Even when I was totally sincere with my praise.
And, like, when you're doing the main story, it's a similar thing. A lot of cutscenes, some wandering around, talking to people, a combat or two.
Luce and Silver, aren't they always by your side?
About that.
Coulter, a lot of things happened while you were gone.
They're passed
As you can
away.
see, even Poisson isn't quite the same as how it was before you left.
They lost their lives, keeping me safe during the flood.
What did you say? This isn't some kind of morbid welcome home prank, right?
Nope.
You're just scaring me on purpose because
Nuh-uh.
I don't know anything about what's happened.
Sorry, buddy. These two have, in fact,
I'm sorry.
forsook this mortal coil.
It's the truth. They weren't the only people we lost, either. Many others, including Melissa, also lost their lives in the disaster.
Luce and Melissa, dead. They're just gone? Luce I was planning to give him a surprise gift once I ran into him again in town.
Oh, sad.
I can't believe it.
Hey! Keep it together!
Shut up, Paimon.
Walter were friends for many years, and even served on many missions together during the early days of the Spina. I can understand how he feels.
Let's sit down somewhere, so I can tell you everything that has happened while you were gone. Fair warning, there was a lot.
Okay.
Ooh, fishy. Oh, excuse me.
I need to find something to do with myself.
All of this. It's unbelievable. I can't believe that those stories were real. It all really happened. Has the world gone mad?
I wouldn't say that.
I think you and I both feel the same way about the profound tragedy of Melusa's loss. And the sheer depravity of Marcel's actions.
I thought Mr. Marcel would always stand by the Spina. Everything he had, the Spina gave to him. It's unconscionable to have received all that, and yet still plot to kidnap and dissolve you for his insane research.
The good news is that the Confrérie of Cabriere is no more. Gone with them too is the entire synth manufacturing and distribution network. We finally closed the curtain on that long struggle.
Bye-bye, drugs.
Are you sure? But if Marcel wanted to rebel against us, he probably sent word in secret to Romeu.
Romeu. It wasn't built in a day.
Not a name I've heard before either.
Florent should remember him. You see, there was once a major internal dispute regarding funding the construction of the Aquabus lines. Romeu was the leader of the faction that thought such a vast sum of mora would be better spent improving the town of Poisson. But Mr. Callis believed that an opportunity to collaborate with the court of Fontaine and the Fontaine Research Institute was hard to come by, and would allow us to build many valuable relationships. Not only would the Aquabus
I agree with him.
Investment, it would also boost our reputation among the general populace, eventually paying us massive dividends down the line. But the two couldn't come to an agreement.
In it for the long haul.
Romeu ended up taking a lot of people with him when he left Spino di Rosula altogether, and the split was on extremely bad terms.
Oh, yikes.
And with Papa's stubbornness, I can definitely imagine how it must have gone down.
And of course, when he was suffering the slings and arrows of outrageous injustice, those relationships that he spent a fortune to build didn't help in the least.
Yeah. You could say it was the price he paid for sticking to his beliefs.
Could be the first time. Surely not the first time.
If Callis was really as stubborn as you say, then wouldn't he have argued with the rank and file all the time?
Oh yeah. It eventually became a thing that just happened on every day that ended with Y. But Navia, boss, you might not know this, but he wasn't always like that. He used to be a lot better with taking counsel. With him listening to our advice, and Ms. Clementine also frequently on our side, it was pretty smooth sailing for a good many years. But on the matter of the Aquabus, even Ms. Clementine completely stood by Mr. Callis's side.
That's because it was the right decision. Invest in your future.
From my perspective, Romeu's position had a lot going for it. Couldn't they have sat down and talked it out?
I think the aqua bus was just the straw that broke the camel's back. On that topic, they eventually came to a rather radical conclusion.
Oh, really? What was that?
Miss Clementine lost her ability to serve as an impartial mediator when she became pregnant with Callus's child.
So, they thought she had betrayed them? But that doesn't make any sense.
That's some serious, deep-seated misogyny.
Own person, and a member of the Spina. She should have the right to take any side she wished.
Yeah, but to them, even taking a side was betrayal enough. They felt like their voices could no longer be heard once their sole mediator had gone over to the other side.
Wild.
Miss Clementine then passed away, and Mr. Callus began to regard the completion of the Aquabus project as her final wish. With that, the last hope of reconciliation was gone.
So that's what happened.
From that point on, Romeu and his people cut ties with the Spina, and never gave us any kind of professional or personal courtesy ever again. Perhaps they've regarded us as enemies ever since they left. But even so, there is still no proof that they ever acted in concert with Marcel.
I've also heard that they aren't in a good financial position, so they've been lying low for a while. But as long as they exist, they'll continue to be a threat.
Huh. I think Coulter's got a point. Both Marcel and Romeu had my father in their sights for a very long time. Even though Marcel's faction has been dissolved, we still don't know anything about Romeu's whereabouts. If they're still trying to get revenge on us, with how distracted and vulnerable we are, now would be the best time.
It's like gang wars in France.
We should keep an eye on them at all times. I'll let my men know right away.
This is pretty intense.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that, Flora.
Just like me when I'm intense.
Thank you for telling me about this as well.
Don't worry, it's nothing. Do you have a moment right now? How about we go out for a walk? I've heard so many incredulous things today. I'm finding it a bit hard to calm down even now.
Reasonable.
I mean, to think that I'll just never see them again.
When will I see you again?
I can pick up Adele's uniform while we're there as well. It'll save Laurent's guys a trip. Want to come with me again, you two? You don't mind, do you, Coulter?
Oh, of course. That's fine by me.
Alright, I guess that's where we are off to.
Paimon feels like a lot's hinging on this visit.
We want to see Adele cheer up.
We really are the best of partners. Come on, let's go.
Chat, I think before we continue on, I might end stream a little bit early. Who live? This was good. We got like one story down. Had some like fun times. Beat up the bosses a couple of times. Oh, excuse me. Oh, this is a trippy raid angle? I think so. If you don't know Trippy, holy moly, are you in for a treat? He's like, just such a character. A larrikin, the old folks would say. Right now he's participating in a Rust wipe, which is where you start from zero on a Rust server, and you build up a base and you try and protect it. If at any point you mention to him Gambar, then like the real fun starts. Feel free to grab the raid message up above, click the social links, including the Discord if you haven't. I'll be back tomorrow evening on the continuation of our Elden Ring playthrough. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Whoa! It's been such a pleasure. And until next time, remember, give yourself a hug. You deserve it. I love you so much. Bye-bye.